Hey. Hey, Dirk. How you doing, dude? It's not a new good luck sound. It's been in there the whole time. And thank you for the good luck. I'm gonna need it. I don't know what I'm... Like, I know what I'm doing today, but I don't know what I'm doing today. You know? Hey, Teamworm. You're awaiting a power outage. Oh, no. Dirk, are these, like, planned? Is it like you guys don't have enough power to go around, so, like, certain sections of the city, the town, they have to, like, you have to go out? Oh, dude. Or that fucking sucks. I wish humanity was, you know, more organized, not filled with pieces of shit. Only up 5 hours guaranteed. Damn. Per day. Dude, that's so brutal. I hope if people have, like, serious medical conditions, they can, like, go somewhere special. Like, what if you need power to survive? Like, you need, some kind of medical machine that assists you. I would hope you could go in a special place where they don't have to cut your power or something. Jesus Christ. Maybe they would just evacuate you from the country. I don't fucking know. Critical infrastructure doesn't get powered down. Okay, well, at least it's so, like, at least there's that. Holy shit, man. I'm so sorry you have to go through that stuff. That's fucking crazy. I regularly feel like I'm drowning in my own problems, and, like, Jesus Christ, I don't have any problems anywhere near that size. Okay, so today, this sad discussions about the realities of war and life aside, I don't feel like we're fully done with the magic system. I would like to revisit it a few times. Also, I need to finish doing some work in the spreadsheet. But I kind of want to get down, like, general plot ideas, and it's gonna be very general. And then how those plot ideas, like, how they lead to or how they explain the, like, activities that I want to exist in the game. And then also maybe discuss, like, or write down, like, gameplay loops. Like we're gonna have a crafting system, and to interact with the crafting system, you have to get materials. Where do you get the materials from? You get the materials out in the world, from combat, from collecting. People give them to you in exchange for doing quests, like, and then you take those materials, take them to the person who can help you craft things out of them. Maybe you, like, use a blacksmith's forge, something like that. You may just sync out of the internet for 15 minutes till your Wi-Fi reloads on the power bank. That is still so crazy that you can have fucking a power bank and have Wi-Fi going. What is the main conflict, etc.? Yeah, exactly. I should choose a main mechanic too. Now, what do you mean by that? I feel like the main mechanic of the game is there's cool turn-based combat, and the turn-based, everything revolves around the cool tactical turn-based combat. The world is fun to interact with because you can light things on fire or freeze things or make steam clouds, and that helps you or hurts you in the turn-based combat. Also, you want to collect all the beasts because they have different abilities or different traits, moves that help you in the turn-based combat. Whatever the storyline will be, you're gonna fucking want to kill whoever the asshole is who's causing problems in the world. Probably assholes, plural. And that'll be fun because you'll get to beat the shit out of them in the turn-based combat. Crafting also orbits around it. Yeah, exactly. You want to craft things because you want to be more useful or more effective, or you want some cool new ability for the turn-based combat. Every mechanic should be connected to that one. Yeah, I think conceptually it already is. I think it is that way, but I need to, like, explain that. Greg has been a problem child this morning. I had, like, an hour and a half of time, and Greg is just like, I'm gonna rip things off your wall. Okay, play, and then I play with her for a little bit, and then she's like, I'm gonna go rip more things off your wall. Then I'm gonna bite your ankles, and Oh, it's been a fucking thing. Okay, so we have the lore Miro board open. I made another little a frame, another frame. The Wi-Fi thing works thanks to your provider installing special equipment in order for it to work. That is so fucking cool. Miro looks pretty dull though. I mean, yeah, because it's just right, and it's just a blank canvas right now. We have the other stuff we did over here, and we'll fill it out. We'll fill it out. So I need at least a title. So I don't really know what to call this. It's like the plot justifying the gameplay loops or something. Like gameplay loops and a plot overview or something like that. Oh my god. Font. You're this tiny? Oh my god. Oh my lord. Okay, we'll do like 30 something. Oh, dull, not white. I see. Okay, I see your screen cap. Whoa. Whoa, Derek, this is nope. That's not that. How did I swear I just copied and pasted my old Twitch status. Wow. Yeah. Hold on. I feel like that might be a you problem. I don't know. It looks nice and bright white on my new monitor. And the problem is now my old monitors do not have anywhere near the brightness capacity that my old monitor has. So I'm looking at the preview over here and it does look kind of dull and sad. But you know, there's nothing I can do about that. I didn't add like some kind of filter onto OBS or something. Like it is what it is. I don't know. I'm sorry, Dirk. Okay, so this is gonna be a title. So let's what are we're gonna like gameplay loops and maybe plot overview. It's hard to keep this title short and to the point, like, because really the whole point of this is I want to outline the plot enough to justify all of the gameplay loops and the kinds of activities. Like a good example is I want to have like a roguelite section where you either you the character go or you send allies to go to an area and you lose all of your equipment. You don't go with anything. You go with maybe some base starting equipment. You're going to collect a bunch of stuff there, complete a challenge, and then maybe you get to bring like one or two things back with you. And so we'll have some kind of like weird sci-fi fantasy explanation as to why that area exists. You just said it in order for me to know. All right, thanks, man. I do appreciate that. It does seem like there's nothing we can do about it. So I feel like first I should maybe open Paint and draw a little picture. Oh, and then actually, now hold on. If we're let's see, if we're doing this and I'm not using Godot because it's not Tuesday, then we can just use application capture. Okay, so Paint, why are you tiny like that? Who made you tiny? Oh my god. Okay, we're just gonna maximize you. That's fine. Whatever. Okay, so the world that I'm imagining, pretend this is a map, right? Eventually, I would like the plot to in future games, which I would like to keep making these games, make them better, improve upon them, go with bigger and bigger ideas, maybe as I can get more and more people to help me. I want to, we're gonna like start fantasy and go toward, let's say, fantasy plus sci-fi. And we're also going to start in like one region / continent and go toward multi-region or even multi-planet. So initially we're going to start, it's going to be like very Pokemon-esque, like you're in one zone, right? Like, and I have not made the world map at some point. Oh, God, hopefully later today. I keep trying to force myself to do this and then having a million other things to do. Dirk posted a cool series of videos that's basically like how to build a world, but like intentionally way too much in depth. Like if you want good enough to be believable, don't watch this series. This whole series is like ridiculously in depth. And she starts off with like, here's how you can build a realistic world. Find an island in real life that has a cool shape, and then print that island out like a big version of it, and then like draw some like plate tectonics on it, and then you like draw some mountain ranges, right? And then you cut along the plate tectonic lines, and then now you have like your continents. So you took a real island, so you have like realistic coastline shapes. You blew that up to be like the size of your like Pangea continent. Then you draw some plate tectonic lines. Then you draw in like mountains, and then you cut it up so that way then once you spread everything across your little map, then you have like a realistic looking set of continents. So I do plan to do that, but like for now we'll just pretend like the rest of the world is not important. It will be important in that there will be people coming in. There will be people from the outside like coming into our region. But the region that I want to focus on is basically going to just be like a bunch of islands with like just a little representation, like just lots of islands of different sizes. An archipelago if you want to pronounce it weird. Just so many damn islands of so many different sizes. And while there is a government to this continental system, it's like a series of sort of tribes, but the level of technology is like it's like medieval but futuristic in that because everybody has access to magic, specifically in the form of magical crystals. They're like, I don't know, like you look in the ground and some places you find copper, some places you find iron. You can also find magical crystals. You're back, nice, all right. I'm explaining that the weird continent that the first region we're gonna focus on for the game is going to be a bunch of islands. This looks terrible, but it's mostly for illustrative purposes. So everybody in the society, it's like medieval level tech. There's no circuit boards. There's no like internet. But you mean it's basic shapes? It is. Hopefully that looks kind of like islands to you. I know it's not great, but just kind of trying to get my idea out. And so people rely on magic. The crystals are rare but powerful. So like essentially like everybody has one crystal of each element. Like maybe you have like a nice little necklace or a ring that has each of the elemental crystals embedded into it. And just like a tiny amount of this crystal, each crystal will allow you to do things like the tiniest little like red gem will allow you to like start fires. You could just make a little tiny spark. You could start a fire. A tiny like white gem might allow you to like purify water. A blue gem might allow you to actually just summon water out of nowhere. The larger the gem you have, the more that it can do at any given time. But in general, the goal here is like, and actually I should write this in Miro. You know, I'll write it down in just a second because there's only one other visualization thing that I think I need to go with here. So essentially it's like a prosperous like nation, but it's really, the nation is, they don't really have like a military that's like a bunch of tribes that they kind of lived in peace for a long time. They might have warriors, but they don't have like an organized military. They don't have a coast guard patrolling their borders and shit. And also there are so many islands. A bunch of them are like unexplored, uninhabited. Each of the tribes, the groups, like they don't know what's going on all of the islands. They each have their own like distinct territories that they like take care of and watch out for. But as a whole, there is a lot of unknown area in the region. So there will be a kind of a clear distinction when the player is traveling between like the large islands that are inhabited. There's like stone paths between these areas. The wildlife kind of stays off out of the path areas. The paths are like patrolled by warriors. And then there will be uninhabited areas that are just like full on like crazy. You might see some dirt paths, especially ones that animals have made. But for the most part, there's not going to be like guards to help you. There's not going to be like nice signs telling you where to go, what to do, whatever. So the other aspect about this world is that something happens, right? There's an event in the past, and because of that event, there ends up being like all surrounding the islands, sort of protecting them. There is just like crazy weather events, right? Like tornadoes, hurricanes. I guess it's a hurricane if it's over water, right? So this island nation ends up being kind of isolated from the outside world for a long time. And then, so we're talking Oz. Okay, actually, I don't know that well. It's just like a tornado that delivers her to the land of Oz, right? Pandaria. Oh my god, that's the World of Warcraft, the panda people, right? Is that their explanation for why there like weren't panda people in the earlier game? And then now in this expansion, like, oh, all of a sudden, holy shit, there's panda people. I think there's like one panda guy, right? There's like one reference to a guy that's a panda in some Blizzard game, in some Warcraft game at some point. And so then everybody's like, there has to be a race of pandas. It was covered by mists for a long time. Okay, they better be like special crazy mists, because like people can navigate through mist. So damn, I should be writing this down. We're gonna explain it and then we're gonna go write it all down. So then the idea is that like this nation is isolated for a long time, and people do get in, but only like crazy motherfuckers. Only crazy motherfuckers get in here. People who are very lucky and able to survive like the crazy storms and weather conditions. And a lot of the time they end up staying because life there is like peaceful and idyllic and everybody has what they fucking need. And it is, because of the nature of magic, it is easy to defend your home and it is hard to attack other people's homes. You can use crystals for magic, but also if you have a strong connection to your homeland, or the land that you are in. You can like draw energy from it and use that to cast spells. This is absolutely ripped from Magic the Gathering. But what's not ripped from Magic the Gathering is the idea that if you are not in your homeland, it is harder to draw upon it. So if you go and wage an offensive war somewhere, you are weaker than an equal strength and equal warrior who can also do magic. They will have no problem just like slapping your shit and sending you home because they're defending their home. Also, can you recommend a small set of questions on magic? Yeah, sure. It's from your favorite TTRPG toolkit add-on. Yeah, dude, give me a link or just paste the questions. We'll go through those. Why not? It'll be good to. It's like you don't know. Oh my god, that stupid thing that some American politician said that like there are known unknowns and there are unknown unknowns. There are things you know you don't know, and there are things you don't know you don't know. It'll help with things I don't know. Maybe. Okay, so for a long time, like very few people get into this place and get out of this place. So like this area, this region, this place, I need a name for it. I can never come up with a cool name for a continent. This area is like isolated from the rest of the world. And what's happening in the rest of the world is that they also have magic crystals, but their whole society gets based on using them. But the way that they use them in like machines and I guess really they go with like an industrial revolution happens, but instead of like oil being the fuel is these like magical crystals, and because of the way they use them, they destroy them. And so in the rest of the world, those magic crystals were abundant, but they have used and consumed almost all of them. They're much harder to find now. It's trash day. It's always trash day. Singing Isles, that's cool. I was also thinking something like Endless Isles, because like I want the idea to be that these like little uninhabited islands, there's just like so many of them. Let me go to my notes section and let me write those down. But I do want like a name like not like Middle Earth, but something cool like that. There's a band called Rhapsody of Fire, and they do like opera metal, and I think all of their songs, maybe not all their songs, a good portion of their songs are about a like make-believe Lord of the Rings like universe that has some pretty cool lore, and it's the like main realm is called Erloria, I believe. I think so. I don't know. So a cool name like that, and then if translated in the native language would mean something like Singing Isles, 10,000 Isles, Endless Isles, something like that. Name comes to a creation myth. Yeah. We'll get to the creation myth's going to be kind of weird. It's going to be one of those fun situations where like in so many fantasy worlds, myths end up being true. We want it to be like, you know, like half true. And the creation myth is going to be that like something pieced this world together for some reason. And like the myth will have a reason, but that reason's going to be wrong. The truth will be sci-fi and weird, but because this is a fantasy universe and they don't really have access to futuristic technology, their explanation is all going to be like, more like a Native American myth, like rooted in animal spirits and gods that are represented by animals and things that they're familiar with. But the truth of the matter is going to be some weird, like high-level sci-fi shit that's going on that will set up the reasoning for going in future games to multi-region and then multi-planet. It'll all make sense in the end, I hope. I know where I want to get. And I know some of the points along the way. Jesus Christ. Okay. So that's the third truck. That should be all of our types of trash. Recycling, trash, and green waste. We should be oh, but maybe the street sweeper is going to come through. Fuck. Okay, so where was I? So anyway, the outside world they're in a shitty situation because they have used up a lot of their crystals and their whole it would be like if our world just ran out of oil tomorrow. We would have a lot of it built up in reserves, but this understanding that like we're not getting any more of it and it's harder and harder to find more of it, and we just can't get enough coming in to deal with the fact that like our whole society runs on it. So because of that, there is a big push to come into the island zone, essentially. And yeah, Dirk, I think you're right. So I think visually this very poor paint drawing kind of explains things. So let's try to intelligently write those things down. Okay, so Firefox full screen. Man, it does look weirdly gray. Why? Okay, now hold on. Why would, let's see, does paint look weirdly gray? Is this just other monitors? Check the link. Oh, check the link you sent. Yeah. Okay. Oh, it literally just starts with like, what is magic? Okay, so sure, we could do that first. Let's go through this. Oh, nope. Hold on. You can't just drag a Chrome window to Firefox. Okay, hold on. I have a better idea with how to format this. Okay, so if we do this, if I go over here, if I change this to this size, like that, so I can see it. Okay, and then we'll move me just for now. I'll come hang out over here. Well, let's zoom in a little more. So then I'll go a little further. Oh, I hate being on this side. I'm designed to be over on the other side. It'll work. It's fine. It's all right. Okay. Magic. The Fate System Toolkit. Cool name. When your character takes an action in play, hopefully it makes sense to you. You can imagine it with some clarity, and you have an instinctive sense of how things work that allow you to have fun without overthinking it. Yeah, Dirk, I did scroll up to the top of the page because I did want to see what this was. If I refresh, it still has the link. It'll go down to here. Should I just skip the rest of that? It's not, the introduction and the basics aren't important? All right. We'll just have to what is magic. So what is magic and how does it work? Now, is this for me? There's no single answer to that. Well, I was going to answer that. While that's rather the point, it's also intensely frustrating. You could say magic is a way to do things that are otherwise impossible, or an alternate means of doing things that are possible. Yeah, that I think is what we're gonna start with, and then when we get into the sci-fi stuff, we're gonna move into a way to do things that's otherwise impossible. Destiny writers like to use the term paracausal for that, as in these types of things do not follow normal causality. They have their own, they're doing their own rules separate from the other rules. But I think for the most part, our system is going to be that magic is an alternate way of doing things. It's an alternate way of making fire, an alternate way of getting water, healing wounds. That falls short. Okay. You could bust out some Arthur C. Clarke and just treat it as a different kind of science. You could treat it as a system of prices, risks, and rewards. You can consider it something that comes from someone else, someone horrible or wonderful, depending. I think all of these things will happen. There will be people who are trying to study magic as a science, because it will listen to scientific principles because it will always be predictable and dependable. there might be certain spells where the point of them is to be unpredictable. That aside, like when you spend some amount of magic to cast a fireball, the fireball is always going to be the same. Like a magic system that doesn't work like science is really fucking annoying. Like it wouldn't make a fun game. You'd be like, okay, I'm going to do my fireball spell. And then like, oh, it's not a giant fireball. It's like a little tiny fireball and doesn't like do anything. Like that would be stupid. There could be a range. It might do more damage or less damage. But it should always do something pretty predictable, I think. And then I do also like the idea that what will make someone a deity in this world, a kind of demigod, will be having access to incredible amounts of mana, magic source power. And they might be able to lend that power to people, either by getting a blessing or, I don't know, maybe some cool forest god gives you a cool artifact. And she's like, hey, this is my necklace. I've had it for 10 million years. It's got some of my magic juice put into it. Use it wisely. Stuff like that. You'd still be missing things, but for ease of application, we're going to seize upon a few key threads and boil it down to these 5 factors. Tone. Is magic a neutral force, a flavored force, or something with opinions? Oh, that's fun. I think my fireball's got opinions. Does magic demand a price, a risk, or neither? Depends on the situation. Could be all those things. Does magic follow strict rules? Is it flexible and open-ended? What are the limits on magic? Availability. Is magic universally available, so everyone in a setting might have it? Is it rare enough that only some people have it, possibly including all the PCs? Or is it rare, that's player characters, or is it rare enough that only 1 or 2 PCs might have access to it? And then source, where does magic come from? Okay, so let's come back to this. I definitely want to do this. I want to get my ideas down for the like basic plot and the gameplay loops, and then we'll go through that magic system, magic filling out system questionnaire thing. I don't know what to call it. It's called What is Magic? Okay, so how do I represent all of this stuff in Miro? So I feel like first maybe we just get all those things down that I was saying. Just like a nice big text box. I hate that it's tiny. Okay. So what do we call this? Like background info? And then you know what? We'll go smaller font here. Oh, I just went way. Now hold on. I thought I clicked different arrows, but one just went bigger. It's changing all of it. Of course, it's changing all of it. Shit. All right, that's fine. That's fine. Ooh, context is an interesting term. How about like background context? Sure. Okay. So medieval fantasy world. And then let's see, what's next? We definitely want, oh, let me move myself. Bro, Durg, I swear you're right that Miro is like a weird grayed out color. Like all of this, okay, wait. I was playing Destiny and I turned HDR on yesterday because the middle monitor has HDR. It's all gray. Yeah. Let me see if that's doing that. Fuck. I can never remember where HDR is. I think it's in Windows. Yeah, Windows HD color settings. Let's see what happens if I turn it off. Oh god, all my monitors went blank. Please don't destroy anything. Was that it? It looks less gray now. Also, Teamworm, thank you for the confirmation that it is all gray. Okay, that was it. Oh my god. Man, I thought it would be cool getting I bought like the cheapest monitor I could get that had like good 1440p, good picture quality. It's like mini LED and it has HDR. And this is the one fucking time I forgot to turn it back to no HDR, 1080p. Sadness. And so clearly I have to do that. I wasn't just being superstitious or overly cautious. Okay, well, apologies. I'm a subpar streamer, so that's what you get here. Okay, so medieval fantasy world. Let's see. Everyone uses magic. Maybe like everyone uses minimal amounts of magic. No. Let's go with crystals. Also refer to them as glass. I'll allow everyone to use magic. And actually, let's say rare crystals. And I want to make it clear that everyone can use simple magic. Like lighting a fire, cleaning a wound. Right? Like the jewelry that's embedded with crystals that most people wear, like the red gem that's in their ring, it can light like 1,000 fires, like just a little tiny spark and you're good. But like if you want to hurl like a fireball at a guy, like that's going to use up your whole ring. You're going to have to go get a new gem from the magic gem guy after you throw a fireball at, like, I don't know, you're out in the woods and a bear attacks you or something. You're just like, okay, well, I'm going to die if I don't just like throw a fireball at this stupid creature and scare it. Or kill it. Maybe like steampunk would be a good term for everything. Like it's medieval, but we'll have like things that are similar to the Industrial Revolution, like machines you might see in the Industrial Revolution, but they will all be powered by magic crystals. So it will be a bit of an in-between steampunk and like traditional medieval fantasy. How about medieval-ish, steampunk-ish fantasy world? Oh, that looks terrible. Ish really ruins it. Okay, so we'll do like medieval plus steampunk. And then what else? What was going on in paint? Okay, so let's say the planet is called, we don't have a name yet. The game takes place in, I'm gonna go with Endless Isles. And we're going to put that in parentheses because that's going to be what the name translates to, but we're also just going to leave a blank here. It's like a nice big blank. So we don't know what the place is called yet. What I would like to do as I build out the map is decide on some like cultures. Oh, your eyes. Yeah, Dirk, it's back. It's back to being the right color. Sorry, bro. Sorry I didn't take your assessment serious. Well, no, I did take it seriously. I just didn't know what to do. And then I had an inkling about the problem, being that I had HDR on. Yeah, hopefully you didn't like boost the brightness on your screen and then come back to it being way, way too bright. Sorry, bro. So what I want to do when I make the map which God, I think I'm gonna commit to making the map later today. Since it involves like cutting things out, like physical shapes, I don't really think I can do it on stream. I would like to. It'd be an interesting thing to try and figure out. Maybe I'll test run being able to do it on stream, and then actually do it next time. But I want to get a bunch of continents set up, and then choose like, okay, this continent is going to be influenced by like medieval, I don't know, like medieval Irish culture and Japanese culture. We'll take like two weird things, fuse them together, and come up with like what their names might be like. We'll look at like traditionally what those two groups name things, try to make like fun fusions. You can do it in a graphical editor. It's gonna be really hard because like I have to like cut things and like rotate things. Probably have a freeform selection tool. Yeah, I mean even Paint has that. Oh my god. No, I want to actually do it. I want to actually like do it on my desk, like cutting things out. And I think if I use my phone as a webcam, I think we can kind of get a good enough image. This is a new desk. I got to figure out angles. I also mounted another webcam, which I think is it this guy? It's this guy. I mounted a webcam like down on my desk. Whoop. There's my hand. So I can potentially have like a close-up view of things, but I don't know. It's still testing out different things so that I can like I want to be able to build Lego sets and stuff, but also be able to do like this crafty shit. Fucking cut up an island and make it into a series of islands, series of continents. You make them into continents for your world. Anyway, so I'll test and see if I can do that and figure out how to get it going on stream, but I don't know if it's gonna work. And if not, then I'll just do it as soon as I can off stream. So then we can start getting names for places. Maybe the influence for this this chain of islands will be like, we'll take a few different like island cultures, like Hawaiian. I don't know. Shoot, there's a bunch of cool like Polynesian cultures as well that we could maybe take influence from, like naming wise. And then as far as the name of the planet, that's going to be difficult. That I don't know what to really rely on. I think like nobody knows why Earth is called Earth. There's like no solid origin for calling Earth Earth. So I don't know. We'll come up with something. Okay, so we have that it's medieval and it's a medieval steampunk fantasy world that rare crystals allow simple magic for everyone. Planet has a name, we don't know it yet. The game takes place in a place that are like endless islands, we don't know it yet. You always struggle with cultural appropriation anxiety. Ooh. Yeah, that's an interesting point. And I think if anybody ever made some serious, like an analysis of the things I had done and they were like insensitive or wrong, I feel like I would be willing to change them. And actually, so maybe what that means I need to do is before I like finalize anything in the game, go talk to people of those cultures. Because I feel like there are some people who are like you should never wear a kimono if you're a Japanese person. And then there's a bunch of Japanese people that are like, are you fucking stupid? Like, we give kimonos to people as like a gift when they come and visit because they're like a really cool part of our culture and we want to share it. So like, what are you talking about? So I feel like as long as I try to not be stereotypical or insensitive, I feel like it'll be okay. We'll show the good and the bad, try to do it as realistically as possible. Try to avoid making everything like fanciful and perfect. I feel like that is a weird way that cultures are misappropriated, it's just like extremes. You either make everything from their culture seem like great and perfect, or things from their culture are like bad and terrible. And then that's it. You don't depict the good and the bad with like a realistic lens. But yeah, I have worried about that before, but it's good you bring it back up. I think maybe I need to ask people of those cultures. Well, like, hey, here's my idea for this village or this city, this continent. It's based on these two cultures. You are one of those cultures. What do you think? Well, let me know. Did I do something bad? Did I misunderstand something? I think would be the biggest problem. Okay, so the Endless Isles have been... Let's see. Have been surrounded by... Violent weather. The Endless Isles have been surrounded by violent weather for centuries. They are isolated. Outside the Isles, glass is no longer abundant. It has been used. It has been used by the societies. It has been used by societies to fuel their industrial revolution. Outside societies rely on glass. So without it, maybe there are widespread problems. Food shortage, job insecurity, natural disasters. We will go with that. Okay, so the idea with this. Ooh, Maelstrom. Maelstrom's a good. Sure. Maelstrom's definitely a good term to describe this situation. I mean, it would be bad enough to describe it as the Maelstrom. Like, if you live on this planet, you know about this thing. If you want to like trade resources, you got to avoid this continent that is surrounded by crazy storms. You know it exists. Also, there's probably like myths about what has happened, what is going on that continent that is surrounded by crazy storms. Which is why some people try to come see what's going on. Few adventurers make it through the storm. Make it through the storms. Most of them stay on the Endless Isles once they arrive. So I don't want the Endless Isles to be like this like unrealistic paradise, but I do want the people who work really hard to get there, like kind of they view it as much better than the outside world. They're like, oh shit, I just came from a place that like everybody's running out of food. Nobody can like run all of their machines to like produce food, to transport goods. All of our manufacturing processes rely on these crystal sources that like we have just fucking used up, and now we don't know what to do. And then they come to this place and like there is abundant use of magic, and the people of the Endless Isles understand how to passively, slowly like restore the magic within these gems and it means that they don't use them for the same purposes. Like you can't get the same amount of energy out of a gem if you don't want to destroy it, but their lifestyle is much simpler. They're not building like huge cities where they need like vehicles to transport things, where they need machines to grow things. You can feel a big niche for interpersonal and internal conflicts. Yeah, that's generally the idea. Is like this place has problems, but it is better than the outside world. And eventually, and I guess I should be writing these things down. So we know that few adventurers make it through, but that most of them stay once they arrive. So man, okay. And so the outside world, they eventually get the idea of like, hey, we should go see what is in the Endless Isles. So the outside world becomes desperate for glass. Maybe they launch expeditions to the Endless Isles, despite the danger. So no, like most people don't really believe that anybody's actually made it to the Endless Isles, and that's reinforced by two things. Like one, most people don't, and then anybody who does, pretty much all of them decide to stay because they're like, holy shit, I almost died getting here. I would have to like almost die leaving, and like this place is sweet. There's like the main problem that society is facing outside of here, like that problem doesn't exist here, and like people are generally cool because they're all they have realized they can't be aggressive with fighting. They have to be defensive. So like they've all gotten to the point where they're like, yeah, we just like we all have our own little tribes and we like trade with each other, and nobody fights with anybody in an aggressive sense because we can't. If you try to wage an aggressive like takeover action against another tribe, like guess what? You fucking lose every single time. So it's just not worth trying. So like let's just be cool with each other. Let's all just like love the land and fucking take care of things. And there's still problems, obviously, but the stuff's pretty good compared to the outside world. So one major point of conflict is that the outside world is desperate for glass, and they launch expeditions coming in. And then once a year we do a festival where we aggressively make soup. Yeah, I feel like it's like those kinds of competitions, sure. Like there's still competition. They still like battle with each other. But like not in a like we're gonna take your fucking land kind of way, because you just can't. It just doesn't work. And it specifically doesn't work, again, because of how magic works, and that those who are defending their homeland are closer connected with it, and so therefore they can manifest more magical power. Their fireballs are gonna kick ass compared to the aggressor's fireballs. And so then, okay, there's the other thing. So not only are there like expeditions being launched by like the militaries of nations, and like, so like, of course, the people who come to the Endless Isles as part of these like military expeditions, like they're kind of shitbags. They're in a desperate situation, but also they're part of the military. So like their view is like, we're gonna like, I don't know, use our strength to exploit this region of resources. So like they kind of suck, but this becomes a problem because the more desperate the outside world gets, the more forces they send looking for glass. And especially once an expedition makes it successfully and is able to get word back that like, yes, the Endless Isles has lots of glass, so we should come and take it. Another conflict that I want to explore is scientists from the outside world, maybe just from the outside, we'll just go from the outside, are they're attempting to make synthetic glass. And so they visit the Endless Isles with good intent. Like, their whole goal is just to, for the most part, solve this problem without causing another problem. And so maybe up here, like, we'll go bad intent. These expedition, they have bad intent. They want to take, they want to just like take all the fucking glass, and they're just gonna, they're not gonna solve the problem. They're going to temporarily solve the problem of their whole society needing to just consume this resource that can't be replenished. We should put Evil Corp financing the scientists. Okay, so that's what I want to get to next, is that there will be some kind of middle ground, right? Like some scientists and some soldiers are conflicted by their goals, their patrons, maybe also their country. So like some of the scientists might not really care that much, but then they get there and they're like, okay, we can't just like take this stuff from these people. Some of the scientists are going to be like, why not? Like, the Endless Isles is huge. There's uninhabited areas. We should just take stuff. We should take all the glass that we want from the uninhabited areas. But then like they're going to fuck those areas up, right? They're going to like do damage to them, trying to like plunder these resources. And so then some scientists are going to be like, okay, that's too far. Like, we need to help our homeland, but like also we can't just destroy this place. Same with some of the soldiers. Some of the soldiers are going to like they're going to be like good cops. They signed up to help people, but then they get here and they realize like they're hurting lots of people. And some of the soldiers are going to be like, why don't we just take glass from areas that are uninhabited? And then some of the soldiers are going to be like, well, fuck that. The inhabited areas have giant stores of glass. Hey, GRT. So these two groups will have lots of people that are like shifting sides or not sure where they stand. That kind of thing, because the situation is going to get shitty very quickly. Okay, so the other group, the last like group of outside conflict, we're gonna have like wizards, outside wizards / scholars, eventually come. They start coming to the Eternal Isles, to study and further. Maybe to further their magical knowledge, but they're sometimes unscrupulous. So they're going to be a problem because like they're just here to learn things, but then like maybe they start doing like fucked up experiments, or they maybe they're not as cautious as they should be. Like, they're either experimenting on animals and that's terrible, or they're trying to figure out some kind of new magic and they cause like a giant explosion and like destroy part of the forest. Something like that. How are wizards, etc. imbued in the corp / army? I think I think it's impossible to have a world with magic where magical units are not part of your army, right? So there would definitely be wizards that are part of the military, but they're all doing military things. And I guess you might have wizards that are doing experiments for the military, but I still view this as like three different lenses. There's like the military, there's the scientists, and then The scientists that are trying to make synthetic glass. And then there's also wizards who are just trying to like study magic. And there might be crossover or interaction between these. How are the scholars and scientists different? So the scientists, like I specifically just said, and maybe this is, the stream delay, the scientists are specifically trying to make artificial glass. They're like, that is their main goal. They have been sent here by a group who is just like funding them, like just figure out how to make artificial glass, and then it solves all of our problems, separate from what the military is doing. The wizards are they're just coming on their own. They're coming on their own because they've heard that this place has an abundance of magical fuel for them to do their harebrained, kind of crazy experiments. They're going to just kind of set up shop in like a tower all by themselves, and they're going to get up to some weird shit. And the part of the reason for that is, not only do I think that's a realistic thing, these like wizards that are on the fringe of society, like they're those people who are like, society just doesn't understand me. Like, I'm going to save the world. I'm going to figure out how to make people live forever. But like really what all they're doing is like making zombies. Like that kind of thing. So they're unhinged maybe. So wizards are like a secret order. I wouldn't say they're like an order, because in general, they don't work together as a whole. You might have individual wizards that are like working together as like a pair or something, but they're not like an organized group. The scientists are like an organized group. They're like sharing information. They're like real life scientists. They're like academic collaboration. They're trying to solve problems. They're using the scientific method to like disprove or to figure out like what their next step should be to try and make artificial glass. They're very like by the book actual scientists. And they might do some unscrupulous, immoral things, but the wizards are kind of like, they're each kind of working by themselves, doing their own crazy shit, delving into things beyond their power. And they're going to cause more problems. I guess more like extreme problems, like blowing up sections of forest or turning everybody in a town into zombies, shit like that. Whereas the scientists, like, they might cause accidents, but like generally the problem with scientists is like you might get like pollution. You might get scientists arguing amongst themselves about how they're like polluting an area, or they might destroy one of their own labs with an explosion. Power creeps. Yeah, I feel like that might be a better term for the wizards. They're in search of selfish enrichment. They just want to like push the bounds of their own knowledge and become more powerful. And actually, so I feel like this point could go last. So we have three groups. We have like the military, we have scientists, and then we have wizards. And then I feel like we should just say that all three of those groups are going to have like conflicting feelings about what ends up happening, right? And that conflict can come from seeing what they're doing, how they should achieve their goals, whether they should try to avoid damaging the land or hurting the people here. And especially because the people will fight back, and so will the land, as we will discuss. Also, what the people who are funding the mission want, and then also what is best for their country. The wizards probably care less about their patrons and the country they came from. They might a little bit, but for the most part, they're in it for themselves. But you might convince a wizard to help you. He might try to be selfish, and you might convince him, like, actually, this is like, you should help us because this will be a problem for you if you don't help us. So I mean, millionaires. Oh my God. They do what they want on the edge of society. Society. Extreme setbacks on surroundings. In a way, yeah. Just more explosive, more extreme, more crazy, more unhinged. Okay, so those are like the three groups that I foresee being like a problem from the outside of the planet. Eventually I do want to get toward this idea that there is like kind of like with Game of Thrones. Throughout Game of Thrones, there is this problem, this like race of zombies that might try to take over the world, and almost did take over the world one time, maybe a few times. But like right now, they're kind of just like, they're confined up to the north and nobody really worries about them. So all the kingdoms are just like squabbling, like fighting over who gets to like be the one who sits on the tippity top throne and control everything. But really what they should be focused on is this thing that wants to destroy all of them, that almost destroyed all of them in the past. There will be a greater conflict. And I'm not really... Like, what I want that greater conflict to be has to do with the origin of the planet and the idea that there is like a battle for resources going on among creatures that are using like planets to store or hide those resources. And so if beings from space learn that this planet has so much glass, they will become interested in this planet, and they do, is like the idea. I reminded you of an archetype or one of your settings. Okay. One of your settings or a Sith. That is a weird way to spell Sith. They're fey-looking aristocrats with explosive elemental emotions that inevitably transform their surroundings. That's fun. That's a fun combination of things. Like, aristocrats are supposed to be like cool and calm and collected, but they have like explosive emotional outbursts that like transform their surroundings. That's fucking cool. Damn, dude, that's like really good. That like you could write like a dozen cool novels about that. That's such a good like I love when science fiction or fantasy can come up with some kind of larger than life representation of a real human problem, and controlling your emotions is definitely a real human problem. And the idea of like aristocrats are supposed to be so like calm and collected and together, but then having their emotions have this actual like crazy effect on the world, and they like can't hold it in sometimes, is like, that's so cool. The Elden Ring DLC has an item where they spell shadow as Skidoo. What? Damn, Dirk, you have 22 other archetypes in that setting. You won't unload it on me right now. For sure. Occasionally you should share one or two. I honestly don't think any of them will be as good as that one you just shared though. Like, that's so fucking good. Damn. Okay, wait, and yeah, Teamworm, I need you to expand on this. So is this just a typo? Or like very intentionally they've replaced the word shadow with skidoo? The skidoos on the wall. It's like an old English thing. No way. Yeah, jail being jail. Uh-oh. No. Okay. We're just gonna get Elden Ring spoilers, so I'm out. Fuck. I thought I could just look up, like, what is that word in Old English? I did see a Reddit post that said skidoo equals shadow, but then also a bunch of other thumbnails for Elden Ring videos, which I don't want spoilers to. Shit, okay, so back to the setting. I realize we haven't even gotten to the beasts yet, which is, that's so important for the setting. Okay, so we have conflict. Maybe a fourth group. Sorry, fourth outside group. Like maybe some clerics or dumb priests who want to push their religion. That's always a fun thing to do. And then I get to have my commentary on how stupid I think those kinds of people are. Especially like missionaries preaching Christianity is not as extreme as missionaries pushing a religion in a magic world, because like in a magic world there are probably like actual gods who do actual god stuff, whereas in the real world like there's no evidence that any god exists, so like everybody's kind of on an equal playing field with their dumb religion, like that none of them have any evidence, and you can believe whatever you want, but like if you push on people and like look down on them for believing something other than what you believe in a situation where the whole thing is that there's no evidence of any reason to believe any of these things, like that's kind of dumb. But then it's kind of fun to imagine those same kinds of people being in a world with like actual gods that can do actual god shit, but they're like, no, those gods aren't real, and then like, you know, maybe one of those gods like smites them. Like that's fun. That's a fun thing. I want to do that potentially. So they're a potential source. Definitely the three, the military, scientists, and wizards, are the major. They're going to be like the major conflicts, essentially, until this other like actually bigger conflict finally becomes an obvious problem. Like the whole time you're going through the game, you're going to encounter things that seem like, oh shit, maybe there's like an actual problem here. But it kind of seems small, kind of out of the way. You just see it here and there, hints of it. And then finally at some point, it will present itself as like, hi, I'm the actual problem. And some of these groups of people are gonna realize that, and they're gonna be like, shit, okay, sorry, main character, we need to work with you. We'll deal with our petty squabbles after this. And then some of them will not do that, and of course, bad things will befall. Bad things are gonna befall everybody, but especially the people who are like, no, that's not a problem. I can ignore that problem. And I guess I should maybe like outline my idea of what that is. So maybe I'll call it like the greater conflict. So I want it to be, okay, it is an alien force. It comes from outside the planet. Not only does it, and I guess, yeah, sure, let's just describe these and then maybe we'll break it down. So alien force. Alien means it comes from outside the planet. That's extraterrestrial. Let's go with that, because alien can just mean foreign. So weird as a kid, like you learn about aliens being like people in flying saucers, and then at some point you hear about like the people on the news are like illegal aliens coming from Mexico, and you're like, wait, what? And then you're excited for a second, and then you realize like, no, they just mean like undocumented immigrants. Sag. There aren't any cool people with flying saucers sneaking into the United States from Mexico. Dang. Okay, so it's going to be an extraterrestrial force. And it is sort of a like blight/disease, sort of a hive mind. And it's intelligent, but how do I describe this? I like the idea of it. This hive mind thing is like it's playing a game on another level, right? Like we're playing checkers and it's playing chess, and it's playing chess because it knows it needs to get ready to play like 4D chess. And so it views us as just like, we are hopeless. There is no way that we will survive the the future of the universe, the future conflicts that will be coming. And it knows this because it has been dealing with those conflicts for a long time, and it does not believe that we are valuable or useful or have even stand a chance. So it views us as just like resources that it should take. And that like essentially it just views us as a nuisance, right? Like it's like, dude, I gotta prepare for this like crazy like cosmic star battle thing. I need resources, I need power. You little idiots are like fighting amongst yourselves like little ants, but I got like serious shit to deal with. And because of that, like it is spread, its attention is spread out across many different conflicts. So we'll just say that its attention is spread out among many conflicts. But eventually it will focus most of its attention on us. So at first it's kind of just like sending out its like minions, gathering information, like almost it's like a weird blight that is taking over areas, but like actually that blight is like it's collecting information about the world. So essentially the idea is that like this thing sends itself out to different planets in the form of a blight, and then that thing collects information as the blight like grows and spreads, and then if that thing feels like the planet that the blight is on is valuable, it'll come and take those resources. I need a cool name. We need a cool name. So it's an extraterrestrial force. It's a sort of blight/disease. It is sort of a hive mind. Is intelligent, but its attention is spread out among many conflicts. Yes. DLC, did you crash? No, you're just a quiet song. Okay. And then at some point, maybe through the stupidity of one of the groups in bold up here, it's going to realize, like, oh shit, this place has like resources, bro. Like this place has fucking buku resources I need to come get. And at that point, it is going to be very clearly the biggest problem. Not even like absolutely nothing comes close to being as big of a threat as this thing. And if you are just riding through the story, not really paying attention to a whole lot, like you won't really see it coming. But like when it happens, you'll be like, oh, that was the reason like those areas were all like gross and covered in weird disease stuff, and like nobody could figure out what that stuff was. And if I talked to a bunch of the people, like they probably would have told me what it was, but I just kind of went past it. Like, okay, so there's this crazy weird like evil cancer hive mind monster thing that's now attacking us very intentionally. Okay, I got to kill that thing, and it's like crazy powerful. So fine, we got to like gather our allies. We got to convince our enemies to temporarily be our allies. We got to like save the day, whatever. But then if damn, Dirk pasted a paragraph. Okay, one second. If the player reads or listens to all of the extra lore, the extra exposition, the extra information, it will be clear, like you'll understand this force. You will understand that this force is like gathering resources for some greater conflict, and you will get at least some hint as to the things that are enemies of this thing and why they are a problem. And so that will kind of hint at where the story's going to go in the future, which is like preparing for these other things, which will probably at some point realize how valuable this planet is, how rich of a source of fuel, of resources that it is. That is the general idea. And then this will continue to escalate, and that is why we're going to go from being the story starts in one region, and then the game will over the series from game to game, the story stakes are going to go higher and higher, and eventually it'll be multi-region, eventually the whole planet, then eventually we're going to be going to multiple places on different planets to prepare to defend against greater and greater foes. And is the general idea, but this game will climax with this being like, this is the big bad guy. Maybe I should just call him the big bad guy. I don't know. All right, what did Dirk say? Golems/automatons. Immigrants from Prague that fell to an iron city and heavens. So all the people got transformed into golems and automatons. Golems have spell scrolls and automatons have Mobius springs that can power things endlessly. Okay, that's cool. Both are larval forms of beings from the Iron City, which is giant machines or heavenly faceless angels. Whoa, bro. Faceless angels. Have you seen biblical angels, Durg? They're so creepy looking. They also have closed sets of words that players can use in communication. Basically, it's a migration trauma and abuse archetype. Whoa. Just another one so I don't tell you it won't be as good. I still think that other one is amazing. This also sounds interesting. But this one I feel like it's more up to, like, you clearly have an idea of how you would explore this because of the way you created it. But like, holy shit, that other one is like, back to Big Bad Evil Guy. No. I need to continue telling you how good that other archetype was. Like, with 3 sentences explaining that, like, you could get somebody to read a book. If you were just like, here's what the book's about. The book's set in this world with this crazy shit happening. It has these people where they're like emotions. They're like aristocrats, but then their emotions like explosively alter the world around them. Like, fucking sold on that setting, like, immediately. It's so good. It's so fucking good. Yeah, I think maybe we'll just call this like the big bad evil guy. Maybe Thing. We'll go Thing. He's not really a guy. He transcends gender. They transcend gender. It transcends gender. No, they is probably better because the idea that I want from it is that it is an intelligence that is so powerful it can break itself into multiple intelligences, and often does. But there is always at least the sense of a singular leader. And so when the intelligences break off, there's always one that remains as like, I'm in charge, and then the other ones, you are like my underlings. And the underlings might fight with each other, but they will always be like subservient to the leader of the hive mind. The Shatter is a cool name. Hold on. Okay, that's going in the list of cool names. The Shatter for Big Bad Evil Guy. That sounds like a cool like that would very clearly describe how he makes minions of himself, right? Like he would shatter parts of himself off in like a violent cracking explosion or something. That's fucking cool. And I always want there to be I think there should always be a reason that things are called what they're called. I've been watching a series. Oh, I guess I finished what's out. There's an anime series called Heavenly Delusion. That is really fucking weird, but it was very entertaining. And there is a character. There's like these weird monsters. It's like post-apocalyptic sci-fi. Hey, Silent Boy. So in Heavenly Delusion, there are these weird monsters that like roam the world that like eat people. They're called man-eaters. And there's a kid who can he's been taught how to like kill them, and he kills them by like, he like touches them, and then he sees himself going inside of them, and he can like squeeze their heart. And this character, the whole story is about Maru, who's the kid that can do that shit, and a girl who's his bodyguard. I think her name is Kuriko. But she calls his thing the Maru touch. and he makes fun of her for like naming things stupid names, but I want things to have names like that that makes sense. How am I? I'm doing good, Silent Boy. I'm so fucking busy. I didn't take the trash out last night. I'm just freaking I'm doing good, but I'm fucking busy. It's fucking annoying. There just keep being things I need to deal with, and then I just like don't have any fucking free time, and it's kind of killing me. And then like this is like my free time, but it's like I've decided to dedicate time to doing this, so it's like not really free time. So like it should be relaxing, and this is mostly relaxing, but it's also like, oh fuck, like I forgot to take the trash out, and I need to fucking clean the litter boxes because I forgot to take the trash out, and the cats are gonna get mad that I didn't clean their litter boxes on a regular basis, and I don't know. How are you doing, Silent Boy? Shit. How much more room do we? Oh, cool. Does this thing keep going down for me? No. Okay. So hold on. Let's stop with this and let's get some more space. Whoop. Okay. So we've outlined the basis of like where this takes place, and then the major conflicts, who the people are that are going to come and do some shitty things for understandable reasons. Splinter Adients. All right, Dirk. All right. Wait, Silent Boy, are you saying you playing Luigi Mansion 2 is like you get stressed out? Like my current mental state is your mental state playing Luigi's Mansion 2? Because I remember Luigi's Mansion 2 being like fucking chill. Oh, except wait, no, that's the one on the 3DS. It hurts my hands. No, that's just what you're doing right now? Okay. All right. Well, that's a good time. Yeah, if it's the HD one that's like on a normal sized console for normal sized hands. Yeah. Yeah, that sounds like a great time. Luigi's Mansion 2 and Super Mario World 3D, there was a 3D Mario game on the 3DS. Those two games like destroyed my hands. I loved them so much that I played them even though it just like hurt my hands. I kind of like gave up on my 3DS at that point. And then they were like, oh, like the new 3DS is a thing. And I was like, nope, you're just gonna hurt me more. You're gonna 100% it. You're fearful for the ice boss. I don't remember the ice boss. Damn, maybe I should play it again in HD. The vibes of Luigi's Mansion is so good. I fucking love it. Fucking love it. Grio is his name? The Bomb Gyro boss. Hold on, I gotta look this up. Luigi's Mansion 2. Let's just go with Ice Boss. You tilt the DS. Don't fucking... I just... Interesting. I only vaguely remember this. You tilt the 3DS to shoot bombs? Holy shit, I do not remember that. I need to replay this. Fuck. That sounds fucking cool. All right. I'm gonna replay Luigi's Mansion. I guess it means I have to buy it on the... His name isn't Gyro, it's that you use the gyro. Yeah, I got you once you corrected it. Damn. I feel as though when I was young, I could play through a game one time and just fully remember it. And then something happened where I just like forgot everything. He was annoying. Yeah, God, I just don't fucking remember him. Because the gyro sucks. Hopefully it's better on the Switch. I don't remember it being good or bad on the 3DS, except Ocarina of Time. I could use it to aim pretty well in the Ocarina of Time remake. That was pretty sweet. You had to shoot each of his walls and then into his mouth. Man, I just totally don't remember that boss fight. I don't think I 100%. Oh, I don't think I 100% completed Luigi's Mansion 2. But I definitely beat it. If you miss because of shaky hands, he bites you. Young me had pretty stable hands. Young me was pretty damn good at games. I don't know about old me. Old me's just all right. I probably have shaky hands now. Shatter will fall upon our glass. That sounds cool. That sounds like a prophecy. And actually, you know what? Yeah, for now, let's... Do we just call him Shatter? Maybe. Maybe. You can't wait for Brotherhood now. Isn't it Brothership? I think the joke is there's an actual ship that you ride around on. But yeah, Silent Boy, I'm very excited for it too. Like within like 20 seconds, they show you the art style and you're like, okay, I think this is another Mario and Luigi game. And then they show some gameplay and you're like, oh yeah, I know exactly when I'm going to be tapping buttons during the combat, and it just looks good. It just looks so fucking good. Oh my God. And then they just show you a bunch of whimsical shit that you're like, yeah, you already sold me on this. This looks great. Yes. More. Yes. Sure. Of course. Fine. Definitely. Oh my God. It might have multiplayer. I am not getting my hopes up for that. That would be very fun to play with Crazy Pants. I think she can handle it. Damn. That Nintendo Direct was really good. I'm really excited for the new Zelda too. Wisdom of Echoes? Or it's Echoes of Wisdom. I think it's Wisdom of Echoes. Fuck, I don't know. But that game looks cool. Honestly, Prime 4, it was nice to see it talked about, but the some of the gameplay looked a little like there's a part where like the space pirate guys are shooting at you, and like their aim is so bad. I don't like, maybe they're on like a baby difficulty or something, but like Samus dodges out of the way, and like even before the dodge, like he's just not shooting where she was. It's like, dude, Samus, you didn't even need to dodge. Yeah, the new the remake of Donkey Kong Country is also going to be sweet. Oh my God. Fuck. Yeah, they like, and this is like an off year for them. Like I feel like they're like, we got it. We're working on the Switch too, man. Like we need to get games cooking for that. But it's like still, it's, oh my God. Like, oof. Maybe not everybody feels that way, but like those 4 games, I think Prime 4 is actually lowest on my list of things I'm excited for. Oh yeah, they could definitely be ported, and probably like, I assume what they're gonna do is like, I'm hoping every Switch game will run on Switch 2 just like at a higher frame rate. Like that's such an easy sell. Have the Switch 2 have like an OLED model, make it have like 60 frames as a standard for like every game. Have they actually announced that every Switch game will be compatible? I swear like actual announcements from them have been really, really limited. And in fact, we only know that they're making, we only have any idea what they're doing because like the people who are making the Switch 2 are like, oh yeah, Nintendo like ordered a bunch of these things from us. Or I guess it's the people who are supplying parts for the Switch 2 have noted like, oh hey, Nintendo ordered a bunch of this stuff from us. And it's like, okay, the only reason they would be buying those things in such high quantity is because they're making a Switch 2. And I think there was a leak that like the Switch 2 is going to be like announced next year, or it's going to be out next year. I can't remember. I think people were thinking that either this Nintendo Direct or the next one is going to just be completely like, here's the Switch 2. No games, no like big game releases talked about. Just here's the Switch 2, and maybe like, yeah, a Zelda's going to be on it and a Mario's going to be on it, but like no, it's going to be a separate like Nintendo Oh my god. Direct. It's going to be announced next year. My god. That's so far away. Holy shit. Okay, so let me just quickly review these things and figure out what else I need to actually talk about. And then I think I want to get into talking about the framework of like how the game's going to be played. Okay, so it's in a medieval steampunk fantasy world. Rare crystals allow everyone to use simple magic. And I guess actually up here it should be good to note, some people can use powerful magic without the use of crystals. And this is rare. There are people who are so connected and in tune with the world that they are capable of using magic without crystals. And then we'll get into that a little bit more in the future. We don't know the name of the planet yet. We know that the game will take place in an area called the Endless Isles, and that is a continent. It's an area. It's a bunch of islands, but we're counting them as like a single continent, the way that Hawaii is a single state, but it's a bunch of islands. Those islands have been surrounded by violent weather, so they're kind of isolated from the rest of the world. The rest of the world has run out of their cool magic crystals. And because they rely on those things for their society to function, they have serious problems: food shortages, job insecurity, natural disasters that are causing them trouble. Also disease. How about a mysterious blight / disease? And it's the Shatter guy. So few adventurers have ever actually made it to the Eternal Isles, and most of them just kind of stay once they arrive. Now, eventually the outside world decides we should go see what is on the Endless Isles, because maybe, like the rest of this world, they're abundant. They have an abundant source of glass. We used up our sources of glass, our magic crystals. Let's go see if we can find some there. And then I'm going to skip over these next things just because the summary of these points is that we have 3 groups of people who are all coming to the Endless Isles for different reasons. We have scientists who want to come to study glass to make artificial glass. We have soldiers who want to come to take glass back to their countries. That's why they've been sent there. And then we have wizards who are coming because they've heard there's an abundance of glass and new exotic environments that they want to do wizard research in. They want to become more powerful. And then maybe we have some outside group that's coming for religious reasons to push their religion. All of those groups are going to wreak havoc, and you as the main character are going to be dealing with them, trying to convince them they're wrong, trying to stop them. And then eventually there will be a bigger, badder force that presents itself, which is this strange, like, alien hive mind disease thing that is going to threaten to consume the whole world, and everybody's got to kind of unite to stop that thing. All right, I think that's where we're at. Okay, so we need to talk about the beasts. The environment's responses to intruders. Okay, what else? What else is important? Okay. So we'll talk about these things really quickly, and then we'll get into the gameplay stuff, and then I'll probably come back to this as I explain the gameplay that I want in the games. I'll outline more of the story that I've thought of. Anyway, it was confirmed by a random tweet. Whoa, interesting. Okay. I thought the tweet was a leak, like a very reliable leak. Interesting. You made a new species for D&D. They're called fire blue ants. They hate the smell of salt, and they bite people covered in salt. Oh my god. You can find them in caves and chests. Oh no. So like you pop open a chest and just a bunch of ants come out. Shit, that sucks because like when you sweat, you get salty. So if you're like going through a cave dungeon crawling, you're probably going to be kind of sweaty. And then if you encounter these ants, they're going to fucking hate you. Why are scribes? Holy shit. Okay, yeah. Good point. Good point. Also, yes, we should call it a region. That is a good term for the area that the game takes place in. Where was that? Let's see. Yeah, we'll just call it the Endless Isles, and we'll just put, I'm just going to put region in some other parentheses, so I'll remember that. Okay, so scribes. We should definitely talk about scribes. It's the name of the game. The game is called Symbiote Scribe, so actually we should talk about not beasts, but symbiotes. And okay, so I think the symbiotes should come first, so let's talk about them. Ooh, yeah, okay. Yeah. I know what we'll talk about next. So other than the hatred for salt, they're friendly. Shit. Are they intelligent? Could I explain to them that they should stay away from me until I go take a shower? They're gonna hate me. Imagine being covered in salty blood. Gross, bro. Luckily, fire blue ants are usually in cool areas. Okay, great. Great. Oh, shit. Okay, so they're not intelligent enough for me to reason with. But at least they're mostly in cool areas. So that's good. They sound cool. A blue ant just sounds cool. I feel like 90% of creatures, if you're like, but what if they were blue? Like, yeah, that would be cool. That would be a cool fucking thing. Okay, so I think, dang, I have some scattered ideas that I want to get at. So one thing I want to add, and I guess I should go to the top. So the people who can use magic without the use of crystals are very rare. And they'll be known, they're just known as adepts because they're adept at magic use. Everyone can use magic. Okay. There was a fourth trash truck. There should only be 3 trash trucks. We only have 3 kinds of trash. I don't know what their fucking problem is. Maybe because of the way the neighborhood's laid out, they have to do a second loop. And so they leave through this area. We're on like the edge of the neighborhood. I don't know. Fuck. Blue is a predominant color of people's first personas? That's cute. I mean, that makes sense. Blue's a cool fucking color. That's fun. The blue ants can't give you diseases, and they don't do much harm. You just realized void dungeon crawling will be interesting. If being in an area called the void is not interesting, I feel like you're messing up. And then you combine that with dungeon crawling, I'm like, yeah, it better be interesting. Shit. Okay, so these ideas should all lead into each other, and it'll make sense why I was down here, but now I came back up here. So some people can use magic without the crystals. They can also use the crystals if they want to. It's just like adepts have their own internal. It's like they have their own internal crystal that can deplete and refill, of varying colors depending on what their homeland is like. An adept that grows up near the ocean and a mountain will be better at. Let's say you grow up near a volcano and an ocean. You would be good at like fire magic and water magic would be the idea. It's influenced by your homeland. But then some adepts gain incredible reserves of mana. And become demigods. So there will be a lot of people historically who are referred to as gods, but they're really just demigods. But at the beginning of this story, all the demigods have disappeared. And people aren't sure what to do. The societies, oh my god. Societies of the Endless Isles are not sure what to do about it. Shoot, I just realized I have written this above where I've said that the Endless Isles is the region, but that's fine. So there's kind of going to be a debate going on about like who should be handling problems, because before the demigods handled the problems, but they're all gone now for some reason. They've just all kind of disappeared. It will be explained why they disappeared. It will have to do with the big bad guy, and they all aren't, many of them are just dead, but not all of them are dead. And I guess maybe I should just note that. Many of the demigods are dead. Some of them are just, some of them are just in a, like, hibernation state. That's not how you spell hibernation. It's an I. Hibernation state. Or... yeah, I guess just, yeah, hibernation state. Due to a conflict that is unknown to mortals. We're just gonna go with mortals. They're not really mortals. Hey, Crazy Pants. And then this is going to explain a little bit about the symbiotes. All right, Silent, what would you say? The void is your personal area. It's the final area. Oh my god. Crazy Pants, can I close the windows yet? People are oh my god, thank god. Oh my lord. Sweet. So the void is your final area before you fight the final boss. Void's a living entity and makes up the entire dimension they made. You're walking on someone alive and it doesn't like intruders. Yeah, that's brutal. I feel like there's all kinds of fun ways to go about that kind of idea. The players are on or within a living thing that is like responding to them. So it grabs people and drags them down into itself before consuming them and taking their DNA to create new void creatures. God damn. I kind of like the I like the perspective of like the thing is alive, but you as the players being inside of it, you're like so small that it can't like directly attack you, so it has to like summon its defenses of various kinds. Like the idea that like if you were a bacteria inside of a human being, the human being couldn't like consciously hurt you. It doesn't know how. They'd have to like, it's like their immune system that has to protect them. Is I don't know. It's cool to see that kind of idea kind of put on top of like dungeon crawling RPGs. It also consumes worlds and uses the old world's DNA to create biomes. Now I get, yeah, old worlds wouldn't have DNA specifically, but I get it. It's like constructing new biomes based on the biomes of the previous world. That's cool. Also a good way to make players feel unsettled. If they're like traveling through some weird void dimension and they're like, what the fuck? We're in like a forest now. Okay, but it's kind of a weird forest. What the fuck? Something's on fire nearby and the house just got all smoky. Sorry about my allergies. Well, it hasn't hit me yet. There's no oxygen in the void. Then how is everybody in like diving suits? Luckily, they would most likely have a void crystal. How does that get you oxygen? It doesn't sound like something that would provide oxygen. So, where do I want to put this? I guess probably at the end. Yeah, okay. So I know the next point. It just makes you immune to the void. You shouldn't have said it has no oxygen. It has its own oxygen that normally people can't consume. Okay, so if you have a crystal, then you're allowed to consume it. You're like viewed to be part of the void. Interesting. Okay, so all the demigods are gone in my story. But so like when the demigods disappeared, how do you want me to spell demigods, dictionary? Denny? Now wait. Now hold on. You are saying that demi-gods is a word? You're crazy. Demgods, DM-gods, desi-gods, semi-gods. Oh my god, bro. I don't know if this is just Google's dictionary. How about just all one word? Is that cool? Okay, we'll just do it all one word. Fine. So when the demigods disappeared, the world changed slowly. So the idea is that like the magic that the demigods had held and built up over a long time was immediately released into the world. And some of the demigods are still alive, but the ones that died essentially like violently released all of their magic that they had built up, and then that is going back into whatever regions they died in. And then that is like giving the world its own kind of like consciousness in those places. Mustache hair in my mouth. And in some cases, the consciousness is very clearly a demigod. Like they have enough of their self still left that like you can tell the life force in this area that is causing changes is very clearly like aligned with this other character, this demigod's like characteristics. Like if there was a god of war, a demigod that loved war, and then he dies, and then this area starts having creatures that are like warring with each other beyond just hunting each other or something. Like you will see aspects of their personality reflected in these regions, which will be a way for me to have a kind of like a background idea to come up with the unique beasts that are going to be living in those regions. Is the general idea. So how do I express this? When the demigods disappeared, the world changed slowly. Actually, maybe abruptly is a better. It changes abruptly. How? That's supposed to be a P, bro. What are you? The world changed abruptly. Many regions were infused with the power and consciousness of a demigod. This power and consciousness. Actually, I'll just say this. This has led to. This has led to nature having a sort of consciousness and ability to defend itself or respond to threats. So then what we will see is this is kind of an explanation as to areas having like power levels, essentially. And it will sort of make sense when we start talking about the gameplay. So we finally get to symbiotes. Symbiotes are a result of this. God, I need a good term for like magical upheaval caused by the death of the demigods. Say symbiotes are wild animals infused with magic. Yeah, I think maybe just infused with magic. It's going to be a little bit more complicated than that. They're wild animals infused with magic that it's like, okay, so what they specifically, the reason they're called symbiotes is because they're like the next level of evolution. Like, so Charles Darwin, the guy who wrote the book about evolution, the guy who was like, I think evolution's a thing, talks about how survival of the fittest only exists until a species learns to cooperate. So cooperation is like the most powerful tool that wild animals can have, because then it's no longer like actually important for you to be the most fit specimen. Your community can protect you. So that's the idea, is that they're wild animals, but they are open to the idea of like cooperating with you. So they're wild animals infused with magic, who wish to cooperate with other species, to protect their lands. So the idea is they're infused with the like magic consciousness of a given place, and they are willing to work with you if you show that you are worthy and that you are not trying to like destroy their land. Essentially, I guess is the general idea. It's a new form of adaptation. Yeah, exactly. Having a void crystal doesn't stop the ecosystem from trying to kill you. Well, that's lame. I want my money back. Little floating islands. That's cute. That sounds like way too cute of a name to be in this crazy void place. Oh my god, Dirglover, a plastic eating worm? I don't... Ugh. That is a new form of adaptation, but we're not going there for sure. We're not going there. Okay, so the fact that symbiotes exist means that not only is life different in the Endless Isles because of magic, but it's also different because there are creatures that will just cooperate. So like the goal of this is to achieve a world kind of like Pokemon, where like, I don't know, you have like Machamps doing construction. You have like Arcanine are part of police forces, like things like that. Maybe symbiotes are a part of every... I guess we'll go with human. Every human society. They're... let's see. So like they're not like society, human society in our world uses animals, right? Like we used to use like big oxen to plow fields, but like that's us controlling them and not really like respecting their autonomy. So it's like they're like respected and reasoned with, not manipulated or controlled. And we'll say for the most part. And in general, just like in the Pokemon world, anybody who's trying to manipulate or control them is viewed as like an asshole, and generally it doesn't work out well. And so the idea is that like symbiotes lend their natural talents to human society, and human society welcomes them despite some minor problems. I will say, like, imagine a rampaging Charizard. Right, so like human society will be closely integrated with them. There will still be problems, like a Charizard that gets pissed and like runs down the street breathing fire. But like, you know, we'll have like people whose job it is to like protect people from that and stop the Charizard. And you know, the value they add is so great that they become integrated into like everything. You got a blacksmith, there's probably some kind of fire breathing creature keeping the flames going for that blacksmith, etc., etc. Aren't symbionts a continuation of magic though? Sure, in a way, but they're natural creatures that have been infused with magic and are like rapidly evolving to become stronger for a reason. And that reason will end up being that this evil blight force is trying to take over the world, and the like magic consciousness is able to foresee that. So it is making the wild animals more than just wild animals. It's making them like powerful, militaristic combatants capable of like fighting and working together or something. It doesn't take much to reason with a 6-year-old. I doubt it will be with a symbiont. Yeah, I think the idea will be that they are quite intelligent, right? Like maybe their intelligence level for a lot of them, especially the highest level of them, the like fully evolved creatures will be like teenagers. You can reason with them. A lot of them are pretty smart, but sometimes they're a little bit emotional or whatever. Just like people. But yeah. Oh, Silent Boy. So wait, you're saying... So you listed a bunch of locations, and then you said the last 3 are level 0 danger. So that's the wall, the Forest of Hope, and Perplexed Water, but not the little floating islands? I'm still sad about that. The little floating islands sound so cute. The Outer Void is literally a peaceful land, but the issue is it's millions of, let's say, blocks away. It sounds very Minecrafty. So far that the normal void can't create stuff over there. So then it just made things and then pushed those things out? It's an interesting idea. The void is a living being, but it's gotten so big that it can't do things on the outer edges of it. If somebody was like 1,000 pounds, they're like so big they can't like maneuver to their edges to do things. I don't know. To fight a connected force, you should be connected between allies. I would say, in general, scribes will be like closely bonded with their symbiotes. So like that, in that way, they're connected. And I think it won't be exactly the same. Like the big bad evil guy is like an actual hive mind thing, but the people fighting against it, they don't have that level of connection. And so it's like an asymmetry, a purposeful asymmetry they're connected and bonded through like society and spending time together. They're not bonded the same way that a hive mind is to the rest of the hive mind. And maybe in some way in the story that will be reflected as the value of humanity, of sentient creatures, is that our individuality allows us to see things from different perspectives, and our society, our language and social interaction allows us to agree upon what to do next. Instead of a hive mind, which just decides what to do next, and it can take in lots of information, but it doesn't really discuss things with itself. It doesn't really come up with multiple plans and strategies that originated from different people's viewpoints. It all comes from the single viewpoint of the hive. Shatter as a name implies that it follows a principle, divide and rule. That is an interesting point. I think the idea is that when things get like shattered off, when the big bad evil guy like breaks part of himself off, that part does have its own perspective, but it doesn't, like, eventually that thing comes back and just becomes part of the big bad evil guy again, and he just gets the information. He doesn't like ask it to share its unique perspective on the world as an autonomous being. It just is collecting information, and it may have enough autonomy to do what it needs to do, but it's always kind of an incomplete consciousness. It doesn't have its own like hopes and dreams and desires. No, you mean shatter civilization. Now, hold on. As in, Shatter's goal is to shatter civilization. It dissolves it before consuming. I was thinking Shatter would be from the perspective... It's just Elden Ring. Oh my god. I was thinking Shatter from the perspective of like he breaks parts of himself off. Because I still kind of viewed him as like a blight that's just like, he's just going to consume the whole planet. He's just going to like consume it and then do something nebulous with it. I don't know. I didn't really imagine him like shattering and breaking down each individual component of civilization. You mean both? Yeah, I don't know. As long as he's doing something that makes his name sensible to be Shatter, their name sensible to be Shatter, I feel like it's okay. And what I want it to feel like is not that he's like breaking things down, is that he just consumes everything. If there's no pushback of food in your throat, it's much nicer. Whoa. 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 As in, if he kills everything before he consumes it, that's like, it would be better for him. I feel like that's part of the horror, is like he doesn't need to. He can just like suck up your whole town without killing everybody. They can just suck up your whole town without killing everybody. That makes it scarier, right? Like that's horrifying. If something's just gonna kill me, and then eat me, that's way less crazy than being like eaten alive. And then if you take that and think about a society being eaten alive, like that's fucking crazy. I think that's what I want. That's the idea that I want for sure. Okay, Silent Boy, what did you say? The little islands are dangerous because creatures can still spawn on them. So wait, in the safe places, creatures can't spawn? What? Or I guess like void minions, specifically. Like meepers. Meepers are monkeys with sharp-bladed tails. Oh my god. And they're territorial. But they love grouping up. So they love grouping up with people who they consider their team. It's hard to be territorial and love grouping up. But I guess if you have like your family or whatever, then you could be territorial, but The territory belongs to your family. He can, but coalitions is what stopped them in previous times. If it's as powerful, it probably consumed some worlds. Yeah. So the idea is that this thing has consumed multiple worlds. My goal for this thing is that like it doesn't really consider the protagonist and all of the people that exist on this planet that we are outlining, which needs a name. God damn it. It doesn't consider them a threat because it has successfully eaten lots of planets. It is a multi-planetary creature, and it is like this is just business as usual for it, right? Like, because it's building up resources to fight some kind of like much greater conflict that it is trying to survive. And so it doesn't even really consider us a threat. And probably we won't kill it. We will like banish it, or in some way deliver a blow to it that is wounding and makes it like run away. Because if we were to kill it, we would have to like go kill it in every planet that it exists on or something. And so like eventually this big bad evil guy in later installments of the game will take us seriously and will even be like, well, we should work together. Like, you're powerful. You defeated part of me. Like, there's some crazy threats coming. You should work with me. We should work together. But his version of work together is like, you should join me. You should become part of the goop hive mind. We'll use your powers, but you're going to be part of the goop hive mind. We still like, obviously that's going to be like a no from the player characters. Nobody gets to choose to join the goop, but their argument will kind of make sense as time goes on. At first, they view us as just like they need our resources, and we're not powerful enough to be a valuable ally, and we're not powerful enough to be a valuable opponent. So it's just going to try and like consume our world, and then we stop that, and then it's going to realize in later installments, like, all right, you guys are a threat to be taken seriously. We could just explain all bad things in the world as its influence in the first place. No, that's too cut and dry. That's too cut and dry. Like, the world just exists and it has its own problems. And then this becomes another one of those problems. This evil blight creature looking for a juicy planet to eat, and that is our planet. And then we stop him with the power of friendship, and also all of the fucking magic fuel that is built up here. We utilize that. The whole reason he wants this place is because it has a bunch of magic fuel, and then we figure out how to use some of that magic fuel to fuck this guy up, is the idea. At least it's the idea in my head, you know? Okay, Silent Boy said, the void just creates creatures, it doesn't control them. Okay, yeah, that kind of makes sense. Like, in the human body, you, like, create your immune system, but, like, you don't control them. So they're still animalistic. Mother Nature creates a wolf, but that wolf does things on its own. Yeah, sure. Yeah, that makes sense. Thanks for the explanation, man. Yeah, sure. Thank you for getting me to explain it, I suppose. It helps me understand what I'm going for, right? As it's going to be hard as one person, but as much as possible, I want the world to be like grounded and realistic. And I want there to be moments where people are like, wait, what the fuck? But then it will make sense later. So I do need to have like, it's like, and I think going through this magic system will help. These questions will help kind of explain this idea that like some aspects of magic are understood. Some aspects of the universe, of the solar system, I guess it wouldn't be a solar system, the planetary system that this world is in, are understood. But due to the conflicts that are occurring in this world, right now, as the player steps into it, there are lots of new things that are discovered. We end up at the edge of knowledge very quickly. And so those things are like a surprise to the player. And then maybe with the help of seeing those things multiple times, with the help of like scientist characters who are analyzing and studying them, we'll start to make sense of things, to figure things out. And much like a good detective novel, I want the twist at the end to be like, oh, we can defeat the evil guy by doing this. And like, if you've really been paying attention, you're like, yeah, that's what I thought. I thought we would do that. But if not, you're going to be like, oh, damn, that's fucking smart. Shit. And so I've got to like lay the groundwork with like how magic works, and the scientists studying how to make artificial glass are going to be figuring things out, breaking down the magic into a science, but it's going to be like weird science. And then that will lead to an understandable conclusion, but maybe a surprise. I don't know. You want the player to feel clever if they see it coming, and you also want them to feel like it makes sense if they didn't see it coming. Is generally the idea, I think, for a good detective novel. The negative zone. The negative zone has to be in all caps? That's fun. Is it like up is down, down is up? What's negative about the negative zone? Or is everybody's just an asshole? Everybody's just really negative in the negative zone. It's the most dangerous area. Nice. But how? But why? Okay, so discussions aside, I should move a little bit more forward with this. So the idea for symbiotes is that they become closely entwined with not just human society, but just sentient creatures. I probably want to have multiple fantasy races. For now, I'm still not really sure about that. I kind of want to come up with some fun, weird, like, oh, there's cat people, but they're also vampires. I don't know. Some like slight twist on typical fantasy races. But I'm not really sure about that yet, or the value to doing it. Like, obviously it's cool to just have different species, and they can have different, like World of Warcraft, every different species can have some kind of a racial ability or something special about them that might, if you like playing a certain way, you might want a bunch of cat people on your team because they're really agile or something, or a certain team you're building, it might make sense to have them be cat people because you need them to be able to move quickly, and that might be their racial ability, something like that. I haven't really thought very strongly about it, but anyway, whatever the intelligent species are, so we'll just go with humans for now. Symbiotes are like closely ingrained with human society, but many symbiotes are still like dangerous wild animals. And the stronger they are, the harder they are to bond with. So if you find a symbiote as a baby, it is much easier to get it to respect you, and it is much more willing to work with you, essentially. More likely to avoid you or work with you, bond with you, rather than a powerful older symbiote is like they're gonna fight you. You're gonna have to like show it that you're stronger than it, or show it that you value this environment for it to be willing to listen to your commands and fight with you. So that means that the wilderness is still dangerous, right? Like, these creatures aren't just like really, really nice and friendly. Tactics, advantage due to species. Yeah, in some cases, definitely. If I go with multiple races, there will be like it's not just going to be that they visually look different. They're going to have like special abilities or resistances, things that they're like good things that they're good at and probably things that they're bad at. Like maybe they're resistant to fire, but they're weak to water. Something like that. And I just don't want them to be like boring, lazy, the typical things like elves and dwarves. I want to, like I said, I want to take typical ideas and then like add something silly, add something fun or interesting into it to make them unique. And I don't know, it's probably impossible to be perfectly unique. Like I suggested the idea of cat people that are also vampires. Somebody's done that. Somebody's done that somewhere. Somebody's looked at cat teeth and been like, boy, those do look like vampire fangs. Sure. Vampires are already kind of cat-like. Sure, let's do that. So hopefully I can find some more unique things to go with. And also like fantasies to fulfill, right? Like somebody might want to play as like a giant bear of a character so they could just like knock people over. Sure, great, but then you're going to have other kinds of drawbacks that don't just make it so everybody wants to be a giant bear character. I don't know. Haven't thought about it very much. Silent Boy, you said the negative zone's the most dangerous area because no living creature is in it. Well, that sounds safe. It's also where memory is. Okay, so if it's where your like big bad evil guy is, then yeah, sure. All right. Your favorite creature are the mouselings. Are they just small mice? They sound like they're just cute little tiny mice. And mice are already small, so they'd have to be super small. It sounds adorable on the surface. They're probably evil though, right? Sorry, let's focus on Scribe. Yeah, good point, good point. Sorry, Silent Boy. I gotta be productive oriented here. This is the time for Scribe lore. Okay, so we have this idea that like symbiotes will bond with people. Their societies are built around that, but also they're still dangerous. So it's still typical to have like, if you go on a trip or you're traveling between islands or towns, like the wilderness is a dangerous place. And in fact, it's probably more dangerous than our historical medieval wilderness, which like I don't know, America was full of bears. A lot of the bears have died. We've killed a lot of bears. The wilderness used to be much more dangerous than it was now, but like this world's wilderness is very dangerous because there are like magical beasts and shit. And so we've explained symbiotes, and we've also kind of explained the environment's response to intruders. Well, really just to threats. The symbiotes are being created and they're growing in power because there is some threat to them. Even a local threat will make symbiotes grow more powerful. Like if soldiers set up a camp and they start like cutting down too many trees, then nature's response will be to like empower the creatures around it with more magic than normal. Those creatures will be like a higher level, and they'll cause problems for the soldiers. Whereas if you were traveling through the forest and like you had to cut down one tree and you make sure it's an older tree that was going to fall down anyway soon, and you only take the wood that you need to make a fire, you're not like negligent, like that kind of thing will not be responded to with the same level of like magical violence that that a more intrusive act would be responded to. I kind of lost the sentence there. If you're a piece of shit and you come fuck up an environment, the reaction will be powerful and you will be attacked by creatures that are infused with strong magic, stronger than the normal magic that is in them. If you just do very little, if you do what you have to survive, that is respected and that is okay. Is the general idea. And when we get into what magic is like a way of connecting emotion to reality. So these magical environments can actually like feel your emotions. they can read why you're doing what you're doing or how you feel about it. So if you feel bad that you're cutting down a tree, that gets you like good boy points. The environment is like, oh shit. And actually that might be an important thing to mention. Magical environments that are that created symbiotes respond to the emotions of living things within them. Negligence, disgust, disdain, hatred. What's another thing? Like, God, if you just like don't care about the environment, I guess that's still negligence. Waste. We just like waste. Or like wasteful acts will warrant a strong magical response from the environment. So generally things are still dangerous, but if you are a bad person to an environment, things will get much worse. Cutting down forests, also having stronger species to potentially exploit or profit. Emotions or intentions? I feel like maybe both. Right? Like your emotions kind of. Ooh, yeah, ignorance is good too, Silent Boy. Let's add that. I feel like your emotions will betray your intentions. Let's think about that. Like if you come and you plan to just cut down the entire forest. Yeah, okay, yeah, Silent Boy, that's exactly, I was thinking something like that. I feel bad for killing a species, but I have to because I need money. Yeah. Like, if you go to let's say, I was going to say, like, cut down an entire forest. If you were doing it for selfish reasons, that is probably worse than if you were doing it for good reasons, like maybe if let's say the forest has some kind of disease in it or mold that's like killing your people. So you're going to cut it all down so that your people can live. Like that seems better. That's better, but it's still not good. Species with less to no conscious mentality may not have emotions in a common way. Yeah, that's a good point. So yeah, I think it's both your emotions and your intentions, right? Like it's not just why you're doing what you're doing, but what you intend to do can still be important. If you threaten some place, then that place will defend itself against you. So should we just say actions? Maybe we just say the actions, because the actions you take, not only what you're doing, but how you do it, will show your intentions and your emotions. And like maybe if you started cutting down the forest, but you felt bad about it, but you felt like you had to do it, then maybe the forest could maybe try to reason with you and try to be like, okay, don't do this. But if you were coming to burn it down or to cut down all the trees because you just want money and you don't care about the forest, the way that you went about doing those things would be different. It would be visible. Your negligence and lack of care would be visible. And so then the forest would be like, okay, I'm not even going to try to reason with you. Like you're getting the giant bears and the fire breathing cats. Like they're just coming for you, buddy. Also, will the world sense Shatter's emotions and boost up symbiont spawn in the first place over a long time, hundreds of years? So I think the idea will be that as Shatter's intentions become more deliberate, the responses will become more deliberate, and they will be over a short period of time. So like at first the only evidence of Shatter's presence will be like weird, like goopy void mold that's growing on stuff and slowly taking things over. And the response to that will be small, and it will be like animals will avoid the area and they'll try to kind of like isolate it and quarantine it. Maybe if it's in an area where there's like ice magic, they would try to like freeze it over to stop it from worsening. They would probably also try to destroy it if they can, but since Shatter is like a very powerful force, they won't be able to just handle it. Eventually it's going to grow out of hand. And then once Shatter realizes this world has valuable things, he's going to he's not going to be in his information collecting phase, which is when he's a weird blight, when he's just weird mold growing over things, he's just collecting information. But then when he decides to come, when they decide to come take your stuff, when they decide to come just consume all the resources of a world, they start sending like actual creatures, actual like void goop beasts, and then those actual entities will be responded to by the environment in a short period of time. Like the symbiotes themselves are going to start like battling with each other more fiercely so they can get more powerful. They're going to start battling with Shatter's minions so that they can get more powerful and protect their environments. They will get more and more like magic pumped into them, so they will be able to do like stronger elemental attacks. And so then you, the player, will encounter those creatures. The awakenment of dragons. Sure. So like the general idea will be like, as Shatter increases his threats, the environment also increases its threat to Shatter. And you as the player will kind of, you'll have to be careful with how you engage in these things, because essentially the idea is that like you're going to be a third party in the middle of a battle. And if you are careful, you can use the environment's creatures as your allies, and essentially it'll be like 2-on-1, like the creatures and you against Shatter's forces. But if you're not careful, you might piss off the symbiotes. Like if you use like giant explosive attacks that are hitting everybody in the battlefield, then the symbiotes will turn against you. You and your loyal symbiotes will be now fighting a one-on-one fight against the wild symbiotes and Shatter's forces. Is the general idea. Is there a JoJo way though? Like the JoJo route in Stardew Valley, where you like just pay a bunch of money? That's what I see when I see JoJo. I think JoJo Cola, I think Stardew Valley. Maybe it's a different thing. I don't know what that would mean. Oh, to team up with Shatter. Oh my god. I don't think so. I don't think, especially with the first game I'm making, I don't think I'm ready to be like, but also you could be completely evil. There's a completely evil route to go down. I want you at times to be able to choose whether to do what is definitely the right thing but might be difficult and take a lot of time, or to do like the quicker solution that's not perfect. Or maybe somebody who's an asshole, like you have a chance to be nice to them, and you could be nice to them or not. But for the most part, the trajectory of this is going to be like, you're a good guy, you're doing good things, and you might get some minor control over what happens, and maybe like Hollow Knight, there will be a few different kinds of endings, but you're always kind of the good guy. Is the general idea. You hope you don't get annoying with questions. They're just naturally occurring. No, it's all good, dude. It's good. You might ask things that are very important that I haven't thought of. So and I want this to be just like a chill discussion whenever possible. If I don't have people in chat, then I'm just going to be like bouncing thoughts off myself. If I do have people in chat, then it can just be a discussion about the world that I'm trying to build. That I guess, honestly, we're trying to build if you're being helpful like you are. So, I don't know. It's all good. That's what you do? Yeah, I think I think anybody who builds a world kind of does that. They start with something they think is interesting, and then it's like kind of like a thought experiment. Like, okay, well, what does that mean? What would the world look like? Oh, that's really cool. How could I expand that into something? A D&D campaign, a video game, a fictional novel, setting, whatever, So yeah, it always helps to actually have somebody else to bounce ideas off of. Okay, so the next thing to actually get to is what a scribe is, and don't know where to put this. This is an important note. So players are chosen to be the protagonist. Oh my God, protagonist, for a reason. And that reason is going to be like some weird metagame stuff. I stole your idea of goopy void creatures. I stole it from like so many things. And I'm going to have to come up with some cool version of it. But like that weird, like a weird void thing that takes over stuff is it's such a trope at this point. But it's like, I feel like it's a really good trope. It's a very like, it's like ingrained in your human mind, this like fear of things overgrowing, like mold or sickness, and seeing that personified to the level of being able to like take the form of like evil creatures is like, oh, it's so good. It's so good. They probably should be either purple or neon green. I'm thinking mostly they'll be black or purple, but then with all sorts of like cool, colorful details on them. In your universe, void entities like Star are slimy creatures made of void and DNA from a different creature. Yeah, you mentioned that. That is a cool idea. And it's like they're taking DNA to make something. In Mass Effect, there's a species of creatures. They're all female, which if everybody's female, is anybody female? And they go and they mind mate with other intelligent creatures in order to like continue to diversify their offspring. It's a cool idea. They can't make babies on their own. They gotta actually they can mind bond with each other, but like their species is like, no, that's like incest. Don't do that. You gotta go, if you're an Asari, go breed with like a Quarian or a human or something. Yours aren't evil, sort of. Yeah, I think for me, this force is an evil, malignant thing for my world. And it's rude to call it evil. It's just trying to win. It's trying to win the game of life, and it views us as having resources that it needs. So of course it's gonna try to like eat us. Like, of course. Your persona's a shapeshifter goop demon from the stars, kind of venom-like. You're pretty basic in that. That's a crazy fursona. He's not furry anymore. He's goopy. He's a goop sona. It is an interesting idea, though. You could just be whatever creature you want to be. The void just wants to get bigger by consuming others and worlds to get bigger. So in some ways, I feel like that's a cool motivation because it's frightening. It's just like this, it's very simple and scary. But I like the idea, and the reason I'm making my villain slightly different than that, I like the idea of being able to eventually understand what the villain is doing and why, and then being like, oh yeah, I'd probably do that. I would probably do that same thing if I was in your position. Yeah. So eventually the players will get a glimpse of the threat that Shatter is facing, and that the players themselves will eventually be facing. And they will kind of understand why Shatter is doing what it's doing, essentially. If you control the goop, you can shape it to any form. That is a cool idea. Could mostly consume weak worlds, but strong worlds require work of the silencer to weaken it. Interesting. Why not just eat all the weak ones? Screw strong worlds. It's hard. It's like if you're the IRS, you only go after like poor people. Rich people can hire lawyers and defend themselves, and that makes it hard. Just go after the easy, the low-hanging fruit. Maybe all the low-hanging fruit has been eaten. I don't know. Okay, so in explaining what the scribe is, what scribes are, I need to explain who the player is. So, like in like every story, in almost every video game story, you the player are like, you're a special boy, and that is a description stolen from Kyle Bosman. He made a YouTube video about how like in Final Fantasy 16, I think. Yeah, it was 16. That like you're just a special boy, and that like at certain points you become so special that like you don't care about little side quests. It's like you're too special in the world for side quests to matter. That was like his point. But I'm just bringing up the fact that like every game makes you like special for some reason. You're like the main character, you're the chosen one, you're the person who makes the prophecy true, like whatever. The chosen one, Bilbo, yeah, sure. Harry Potter, yeah. So what I want so the idea is that you the player, God, this is going to sound dumb, but you the player are yourself. You are you, and you are chosen to come to this world from outside of the conflict, right? So the player is an entity that lies far outside the conflict, and some force asks them for help. Offering them an adventure. So the idea is that you as like yourself, you are asked by some strange force, like maybe not with words, but like imagery wise, it shows you like a world that's in need. And not just a world that's in need, but a place where if you are placed within it, you will get to go on an adventure and you will get to help people, right? So like the Force believes that you want to help people, you want to solve problems, you want to see unusual or exciting things. And so then the idea is going to be that like the way that this force allows you to interact with the world is like some kind of magic or powerful technology, but that brings you into the world. So essentially, like, God, how do I express this? So like the fact that you are a player playing a game is kind of like, oh my God, how do I express this? So let me get like a screenshot of Pokemon, right? So when you're playing Pokemon, oh my God, it's a tiny picture. Crap. Okay, you know what? It's fine. We're just gonna zoom way in. Okay. So when you're playing Pokemon, it makes no fucking sense what you, the player, are seeing, right? Like, you're supposed to be this guy, but you're not seeing what this guy is seeing. You are seeing a top-down view. Shit. Sorry if the mic just shook. So my weird idea is that this like force, maybe it's a god, maybe it's like fate or destiny personified as some kind of powerful creature. It knows that like everything is going to end. All of existence in this universe, maybe every universe, is going to end unless it does something. And because of the rules that it plays by, the incredible power that it's granted, it can only like kind of nudge things. And so it wants to nudge things in as little a way as possible. And because of the things that it can like see into the future. It realizes that if it takes you and puts you into this situation, there's a quote from Half-Life, the right person in the wrong place can make a world of difference. If they put you, the right person, in the wrong place, as in a place where lots of things are going wrong, then you can make a difference. And so the idea is that whatever this power is that takes you to this place, it is the reason that you see the world from top down. And that will be like part of the mechanics, is that you as this like fated character, you as the scribe, you are here to like record and collect information and learn and go on an adventure. But the way through which you are viewing this world is through some kind of magical power that lets you view it from top down. And so like eventually characters in the world will realize that you have this bizarre perspective. Like you can see things that other people shouldn't be able to see because you literally see the world not from your character's eyes, but you see it from top down. That is like a really weird idea, and it will only be hinted at. But like that is my idea for like why you, the player, are in this world. Sort of like one shot. I don't know what one shot is. I know what a D&D one shot campaign is. What is one shot? Is it like a manga? Oh, this game. Oh my God. At some point, somebody said I should play this game. It does have overwhelmingly positive results. Shit. Okay. So maybe like one shot. Don't spoil one shot for me because I do want to play this at some point. It is like a weird like top-down game, but I think at some point it gets like meta. Like you have to go into the game's files and like do some weird shit. I don't know if I ever am going to have gameplay like that, but like, yeah, something like that is the idea. That there is this weird explanation that's maybe not fully actually explained, but that gives you the idea that this isn't a game, but it's a universe that you have been brought to through some kind of magical means, and that magical means gives you an unusual perspective. And that perspective is like how you see the world while you're playing the game. It would also explain why you have a HUD, because it's whatever the weird forces that brought you here has given you the means to like view this world in a weird way. And so like your HUD, your ability to save the game, all of these things are explained through the weird lair that this like strange thing contacted you and basically was like, hey, I need your help to save all of everything, but like, don't worry, you'll have a fun adventure. If you like, I know you, you're a human, you like learning things and exploring new worlds and challenges and overcoming them. I need your help. You save the world for me. In exchange, I give you a cool adventure. Is the general weird idea here. Not Imgur. Imgur, go away. Okay. Back to the lore board. And so then this will lead into why you are a scribe. It's fucking It's fucking weird, I know. It all makes sense to me. Like, conceptually, I can fucking see it. I can't fucking explain it to anybody. Maybe I should come up with some good, like, visuals. Like, I've thought about this before, that I kind of want to make, like, a PowerPoint presentation for, like, what I want my game to be. And, like, have some, like, mock-ups where I, like, take assets. Are there other scribes? Yes. And there aren't just other scribes. There aren't just other scribes, there are other symbiote scribes. And also there are other kinds of scribes. One of the other kinds of scribe is a farsight scribe, and they are people who can see the future. You can't actually see the future. You do see things from a bizarre point of view. And the idea with every scribe sees things from a weird point of view, and they have some kind of means of collecting factual information in order to like put that information together with other scribes. The force that is pushing you on through your journey. Yeah, sure, they're like an oracle, but they're like an actual oracle, not a historical oracle. Like in ancient Greece, there were oracles, and like they kind of got high, and then they thought they saw the future. But yeah, there are many kinds of scribes, and they're essentially, when you become a scribe, you kind of unknowingly become part of this like secret society of people throughout the universe, and maybe throughout the multiverse, who are collecting knowledge in order to figure out that there is some scary giant threat that is going to like end all of existence, or at least try to dominate it and control it, or is already doing that, and perhaps that is bad, and we should fight against it. That that won't be revealed for a long time. But essentially the idea is going to be that like you're a scribe, you're collecting information, you're working with other scribes, kind of unintentionally. Like you don't have to do it. This being that has gotten you to be in the game, this being that has allowed you to become a main character in this game, is also kind of facilitating the collection of this knowledge. And the knowledge is going to come from many different characters. Basically every kind of game that I want to make. Farsight scribes are a kind of scribe that I want to make a card game that has some mechanics in it that make sense as to why they're called Farsight scribes, where you will play as a Farsight scribe. So essentially the idea for this is that every main character in any kind of game I ever make or world I ever make will probably be a scribe, or there will at least be scribes in those worlds. And they will kind of be unintentionally collaborating by collecting information. And generally it kind of reflects this idea I have that like collecting and compiling information together is like a good for the world, right? If you collect and then share your information, like generally there isn't a bad reason to do that. You're trying to like help empower everybody to be on the same level as you are by having the same knowledge as you. In your world, every world is canon. That's a cool idea. I feel like that's definitely been done before. And it can be hard to do it in a meaningful way, but that it is a cool idea. And it gives you, it kind of lets you have something like Smash Bros exist, where you have some weird world where like Link can fight Samus Aran. And it's like, okay, well, there must be some reason they're crossing over. There's some kind of like unique connected world that has them all in it. Think of a game when you clip out of bounds. The darkness you see is the void. That's cool. So then every game takes place, every universe really takes place within your universe. Out of bounds is basically in the void. Yeah, that's a cool idea. I think it's hard to make that meaningfully cool. you have to be careful if you do that to not what's the term? Deus ex machina, when you just a solution just comes out of nowhere for your problems, for your character's problems. I feel like if you make your world contain every world, then it's really easy to just be like, oh, and this world over here had the solution that we needed all along. The back rooms. That is a fun concept. Okay, so how I need to contextualize this more. Players are chosen to be the protagonist for a reason. The player is an entity that lies far outside the conflict. And some force asks them for help. And maybe here we'll put like fate, destiny, life. It's some kind of great force that just wants to see the world not be... It wants to see all of existence not be bound and controlled by one entity. It is just essentially trying its best to let everyone have free will, is the idea. And it asks for help. It offers them an adventure. The Force believes that you want to help people. Maybe the player. The Force believes the player wants to help people, solve problems, and see unusual or exciting things. Maybe actually, let's see. Let's instead of help people, we'll put like go on an adventure, solve problems, and see unusual or exciting things. So that is the context for why you, the player, are the main character. This force is the reason that players see the game from a top-down perspective. It's the reason they have a HUD. It's the reason they can save. It explains the gameness of the world. Or actually, it's not even of the world. It explains the gameness of how the player interacts with the world. Like, the world itself won't have save points. Those are something that only the player can interact with. And maybe at some point the player will be like, yeah, I need to save. And someone in the game world will be like, you need to what now? And then the player will like be like, yeah, there's like a thing right here that you can like click and you can save your game. And then someone in the world will be like, there's nothing there, bro. Things like that. That's like kind of lame, but like a version like that. A world soul is an interesting idea. The first light. It will be something like that, right? And I kind of want it to be unnamed. The idea is that this thing is incredibly powerful, but it is limited in how it acts. And the concept of having a name is like beyond it. And the way that it communicates to you is like through emotion and imagery, not through like words or really any kind of like sensible consciousness. When Mario accidentally falls into a death pit, he dies immediately because he reaches the void. When he reaches the void, it consumes him. Oh my god. That is an interesting idea to explain endless pits in games. That's fun. Okay, so I feel like I actually need to explain scribes after that. No, that was not. Oh boy, I thought I was still in here. All I wanted you to do was paste that, bro, not delete this and paste the thing over it. Whew. Also, we're running out of space again, so we're gonna go down. My idea is that over here we're gonna have like a loose, kind of like a flow chart of all of the different game loops that the player will be taking part in, and then also potentially like a flow chart that connects like the plot and the different activities that you'll do in the plot, different challenges and things that the player will face. And in some cases, there will be activities that you can like essentially repeat, like grindable activities, in exchange for gear or rewards. I have thought about jokingly making the game like a mobile game that's like you can buy a thing for $5, but then like actually it doesn't cost you any money. But I don't think that would fit with the idea of the world. but I think it would be very funny to have a game that looks like a mobile game where it's like pay to win, but like actually it doesn't cost you anything. You just choose to buy the thing and then you have it. And like essentially those are cheat codes. So then if somebody looked at your game, they could see that you've spent like $100 fake dollars, like you spent $100 on things, but they're like, it's like actually fake, that it's not real money you actually spent on the game, but you bought things that were like powerful or kind of cheat codes essentially. The worlds in your void are very far apart. Even if the character wanted to, they might not see another world for hours on end. Yeah, I feel like that's just space, man. It's crazy how far apart things are in space. Like years and years of traveling at the speed of light to get places. It's fucking crazy. It's madness how big and empty space is. And it's getting bigger and emptier every fucking second. It's crazy. Okay, so finally, scribes are a sort of secret order of information gatherers. Who maybe unknowingly, maybe for now, we'll put for now, who for now unknowingly work together to gather information about great conflicts in I'll probably just go with multiverse. So I think the idea is at some point we're going to have like multiple timelines. So then the player has been chosen to be a symbiote scribe and to gather information about whatever the hell this world is called and the symbiotes that live there. Okay. All right. Reminds me of another setting where Earth got shattered and the void opens. The void is a place of ideas that now reach and empower civilizations with dreams and stuff. Dude, that is like sort of what Destiny did. Don't read it, it doesn't matter. Destiny kind of did that where in the most recent expansion, you go inside the Traveler and the Traveler inside of it is like kind of nothingness, but then as people go into it, their memories and hopes and dreams and thoughts shape the Traveler into the world that it is. It's really fucking cool. There are like pieces of like parts of the main character's past represented in really cool ways. Like corrupted or changed, altered, stuff on ceilings, just weird fucking shit. It's so fucking cool. They did such a good job, and they got to reuse assets, so accounting is happy. It's fucking great. You need to finish your void world. You're not even finished with flora and fauna. And since you're using this world for D&D, you also have to think of a new potion effects. Well, make the flora and the fauna, and then make the potion effects with kind of based on them, right? Like their body parts and stuff would certain leaves, certain teeth from the new animals you've created could make new potions. That's how it makes sense to me. There's a lot of flora and fauna. Well, fuck, just get a notebook, get going. You don't need to do all the work by yourself. That is an interesting point, yeah. I feel like for any world, leaning on other resources can be a good idea. I always like the idea of taking people's ideas and then altering them a little bit, putting your own spin on it. And I think that really helps if you just read like a high level summary of what someone has done, and then you let your imagination run with that idea, which is kind of what this world is. This world is the culmination of me playing a bunch of video games like Destiny, watching a bunch of anime like Heavenly Delusion, and either being like, wow, those ideas are really cool, or those ideas are almost cool. Here's what I think would be cooler. And then deciding like, well, shit, I want to make that world and tell stories there. You only thought of 3 flora. There's a bunch of cool Dungeons and Dragons documents about like weird kinds of plants and shit that you could take ideas from. And like I said, just twist them a little bit. The white room method. Or blank room. That's a thing? This method has a name? I mean, it would make sense. But... okay, so the scribe... Actually, maybe all scribes. No, we'll just talk about our character. So the player views the world from a unique perspective because... Damn it. Because they are a visitor who sees the world through the power that brought them there. The player has a tome that automatically stores information about the world and updates itself. The tome can never leave the player. Actually, what's a better way? Shoot. Okay, so I want this idea that like the Keyblade in Kingdom Hearts. In Kingdom Hearts, the main character has a weapon called a Keyblade. Lots of people have them, but you can just summon it. If you just like hold up your hand and you want it to come to you, like boom, it's there. So like nobody can steal it from you. So that is kind of the idea of this magical tome that the player has. Like it always just is with them. If they leave it somewhere, like they can just bring it to them. And also nobody can read it unless the player wants them to. The player has a tome that automatically stores information about the world and updates itself. No one can read it or take it without the player's permission. And it can always reappear in the player's hand at will. So this tome will essentially be like how you, the player, keep track of all of your information in the game. When you like pause the game and look at like your party screen and what everybody's health is, like you, your character is like looking at this book. It is like a magical book that is updating with all of this information. Not only what enemies are weak to, what their stat ranges are, where you might find them, but your quest log, like all of these things are in this tome. And the idea is that this force has given you this tome so that you can go on this adventure, collect information. You can prevail by using the information in the tome, and then also you can have this information for this force to give to other scribes in the future, essentially. Oh, reverse engineering stuff is the white room method. Okay, that's cool. Sure, that makes sense. Like you're taking the thing into a room by itself and like taking it apart. That's an interesting idea. Soulbound. Yeah, soulbound is a really cool term that World of Warcraft uses. And I'm still like not sure about the name for the game, and I have thought of calling it Soulbound Scribe, with the idea being that like not only this tome, but all of the items that you find, your like powerful gear and things, become bonded to you, and so do the creatures. Like the symbiotes become soulbound to you. Not in like they're stuck with you, but like they have bound themselves to you and you to them on such a high level that it's like your souls are bound together, your fates are tied forever. Not only Warcraft. Yeah, good point, but that's where I know it from. That's the place that I know it from. Spitting thorn is a flower that shoots spikes at people. That's a fun idea. I feel like that's such a standard fantasy thing. Everybody loves the idea of a giant flower that like can eat people or attack people. They're very threatening for smaller creatures as they can poison them and pierce their body. Yeah, sure. Spinning tornadoes are a toy. Those toy windmills that you made in school, but a flower version. Spawned in the little floating islands. Oh shit. My favorite place. And the master floating island can stick on any surface. Whoa. No, they spawn on those two places and can stick on any surface. Okay. That's kind of cool. That's a good thing to be. That plant sounds like it belongs on a bunch of floating islands. It sounds like it would be able to grow well. It sounds adapted to the environment. Okay, so I feel like this is most of the background. I guess the only thing I didn't really specify is that the player will eventually meet other scribes. But not until late in the game. So once there is going to be a shift, they'd make a nice propeller to move the islands. That's really cute. They usually release things like the wishing thing in IRL. You think they're called dandelions. Yeah. Yeah, that is definitely a thing. Now, that annoys me because as somebody who has a lawn, dandelions are a fucking weed. And when you take the cool thing and you blow little things everywhere, you're blowing seeds everywhere. You're the reason there's more weeds on my lawn. Not you specifically, but people who do that. It's frustrating. They're such little bastards. They grow everywhere. They like outcompete the grass, which actually we're trying to reduce the amount of grass we have because grass isn't good to have anyway. Like grass does not belong in California. It is fun. I know it is very cool. They are such a fascinating plant. It is kind of magical the way they turn from a little flower into this weird like floating orb that you can just explode onto the wind. Imagine having a full 3D segment where you take on the vision of another scribe. Cool. I want, what I want it to be is like the scribes kind of discover each other. That there's a shift in the near the middle or like 2/3 of the way through the game, probably closer to the middle, where the plot gets very serious. The plot gets very clear that like, okay, the things you've been dealing with until now are just petty squabbles. The scientists, the soldiers, the wizards, like their bullshit is small. They're small time. That's small problems. The real problem is the big bad evil guy, and he is amping up his efforts. He has now realized he wants to take this planet. And so as you go into researching that problem more and more, you will find information about other scribes. And then maybe meet a few of them who have also been collecting information, or you will get pieces of their tome. They will share information from their tomes about other worlds that this thing has been to, other conflicts that are going on. And that is how you, the player, will kind of piece together the reality of the big bad evil guy, and that he's not really a big bad evil guy. Like he's got his own problems he's dealing with, and he's kind of a creepy freak to you because he's like he's taking over your planet like a cancer, but like, you know, those are just his abilities. Kentucky bluegrass isn't even native to the US, Teamworm. That's a very funny fact. There are some places where grass can grow fine and it's fine, you know, like, but not in California. It's a waste of water. And instead you can have cool like succulents. Succulents look so cool, like fucking cactuses and like agave plants. Like look at these motherfuckers. Why? Who wants grass when you could have this crazy thing in your yard? Also, this plant is probably worth like $500. They take so long to grow. This one looks like it's just outgrowing somewhere. But you can buy huge ones. Maybe not this big, but you can buy pretty big ones, and they're fucking expensive. Little ones are cheap because they don't take that long to grow. But like, fuck. It so sucks that you could have something cool like that, and instead, like, you just have a lawn of grass. You have to make small problems matter as a part of the foreshadowing. Yeah, and it like you're gonna be navigating these small problems when they kind of present themselves as being important. But the idea is going to be like the player character and his growing team of people are going to be like annoyed at dealing with these small problems because like the big threat is looming and is clearly threatening everybody. So all of these littler threats, like it's just a bunch of people being assholes, right? Like the soldiers coming and trying to like plunder glass. Like, just stop fucking doing that until we kill the big evil guy, and then we'll discuss it. We'll discuss your bullshit problem. The scientists trying to come up with artificial glass, like that might actually be worth supporting while you're also trying to deal with the big bad evil guy. But who cares if you come up with artificial glass if your whole planet gets eaten, right? Like, you solve a problem, but you know, fuck, I don't know. You don't remember the game? It used different graphics to represent time travel. I have definitely seen that in different games, yeah. Monochrome 2D to pixel 8-bit to low poly to full 3D. Shoot. I think there's a game called Evertale that does that, and I own it but have not played it. It was very cheap, and I was like, yep, I want to play that. Still haven't played it. Would you count this creature as flora or fauna? A whispering tree. They're in the Forest of Despair. They're fake trees using the art of mimicry, pretending and waiting for the perfect time to attack. Yeah, it's just a tree mimic. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. That sounds like a creature. That's hard. You have to get like way down to the scientific like definition of a plant, like DNA wise. But I feel like that thing seems like it's an animal. Especially if it just eats things. Like, if it can mimic a tree, but it can like walk around and do other stuff, like, that's an animal. Does it have organs? It's probably an animal. Pseudo-Wudo? Oh my god. But Pseudo-Wudo's just a little sweetie. He's just pretending to be a tree so you'll leave him alone. And he accidentally did that in the middle of a path and blocked everybody's way. He's a good boy. He's not gonna eat you. Shit. Okay, so the only other thing, shoot. So the other part of this that I want to mention is that actually no, so maybe this information doesn't need to be here. So I want the player to have a kind of like home base. So game loops, yeah. I want the player to have kind of a home base, and the maybe this is just gonna be a thing I'm gonna put in text. My god, you're so small. You're so small despite being such a large font. So the player's going to have like a home base in the form of a previously abandoned school. So my idea for where the player starts is like very soon, very early in the game, the player finds a group of people who are like repairing a school, and the idea is that some of the storms are starting to subside, that are surrounding the region that the game takes place in. And one of the places that the storms were ravaging was like an island that had a school on it. And somebody is coming. A school on the moon? No. It's a school on an island. So yeah, let me just like explain this all in sentence form. I'll write it down as I go, sharing my thoughts. So the player will have a home base in the form of a previously abandoned school for adepts. The people who come to rebuild the school are students, or actually, okay, they were students of the previous teachers of the school. So the idea is that these storms have been raging for like hundreds of years, maybe 100 years, something like that, a very long time. Long enough for the outside world to go to shit and for the inside world to kind of be insulated from that. And so previously there was a school for adepts, and when the storms came about due to a high level conflict that the player will learn about when they learn about who the big bad evil guy is. Those storms kind of ravaged the outer edges of this region, and one of those places that was destroyed was this school. This school was purposely placed out far away from the rest of society because the idea is that they're going to train adepts there. And if you are an adept, maybe you kind of like the X-Men, like you can't control your powers. Like, oopsie, my 4-year-old son is an adept, and I found out because he burned the barn down because he really likes fire, and he could just like snap his hands and make fire. And he was mad one day. He was really fucking pissed, and he just manifested some fucking fire. So there will be other adept schools, but they are almost always like out on the fringes of society, on the edges of things. Because there needs to be lots of open space, and also just there needs to be nothing around that can be destroyed for people who are learning to control their magic abilities. So I guess the easiest way to say this would be So let's see. The player will have a home base in the form of a previously abandoned school for adepts. And we're just going to make this another set of bullet points separate from the background, because this is relevant to you starting. The player will arrive on the abandoned, or how about the ruined school grounds at the same time as a group of people are arriving to repair it. The people arriving to repair the school are students of former students of the school. I'm gonna just that's a weird sentence. The idea is that people who went to this school before it was destroyed escaped before it was destroyed, or when it was destroyed, and then they went on to teach other students in other places, but they always wanted to rebuild this school, and now they have passed away. They are part of the spirit world. They can be visited and spoken to at times, but in order to honor that desire of these former students, but now they're sages. Well, now they're dead. They were sages. They were students of this school. then they became really, really powerful adepts, but they wanted to keep teaching magic. And what I want the idea here to be is that like it's like the people who are arriving to repair the school are like, they're very good people, right? They were treated very nicely by people who used to go to this school, people who always wanted to rebuild this school. So now they're all coming, now that the storms have started to abate. They're like, hey, we can go do that thing that our teacher always wanted us to do, or that our teacher always wanted to do himself. He always wanted to like, and maybe not he, maybe like they, like it's a group of them who came from this school and ended up teaching at a different school. But like they always wanted to rebuild this place because it was so important to them. And maybe there is something else important about it. Perhaps there is something of significance beneath the school. Artifacts of a former civilization that they were protecting. Something like that. So the people that come to do this, the people that come to rebuild this school are, sure, they're like honoring the people who taught them, because they were like such good people that they're like, okay, we should like honor what our teachers wanted to do, and we should do it for them, even though they can't achieve it when they're allowed to visit from the spirit world. When the spirit world is synced up with the real world, they can come see what we've done, and they'll be like, wow, that's so great that you did that. And we'll be like, wow, we love you so much. We just wanted to make your dream come true. I don't know. So like the idea, I want these people to be like painfully wholesome. Like the people arriving to repair the school are students of former students of the school. And maybe, there's got to be a better way to explain that. That just, the sentence is confusing. The people arriving to repair the school are students of sages who once learned to be adepts at this now ruined school. God, I get, there's somebody who can do words could explain this sentence very clearly with like 12 words, and I just fucking can't. So the idea is like the player shows up at the same time that all of these people are showing up, and they're kind of like suspicious of the player at first, but then they recognize the fact that they have a tome, and a kind of part of the mythology of the world is understanding the nature of a scribe. So maybe we'll call the people arriving to repair the school, we'll call them like the restorers. So the restorers help the scribe. Who just shows up with no supplies except for their tome. And then the restorers kind of realize that the scribe is here for a reason. So the restorers eventually rely on the scribe for help. And realize he's here for a reason. So at first they're going to be suspicious of the player, and maybe some of them will disagree about being suspicious of the player. They're going to be like no, he's just some dude. He just like washed up on shore. Like let's give him a chance. And so then like let's see, where do I put that? Maybe right here. A good bullet point is that like the tutorial for the game is the scribe helping, or actually the scribe proving his loyalty. He's not proving his loyalty. You, the player, are just trying to be helpful to show that you're a good person, that you're like not gonna steal from these people or try to kill them or something. Maybe he's described like the tutorial for the game is described proving his intentions toward the restorers. Nice. Durg, I'm glad you have power back. Here, have a nice. Nice. Congratulations. It might sound sarcastic, but it's absolutely not. Not having power is a pain in the ass. Let alone having to as a society, schedule no power times. Sure, there you go. Congratulate yourself. Okay, so the school serves as a tutorial and as a base of operations that will slowly grow over time. So specifically, like the idea is that as you progress through the plot, you will eventually have all of the niceties that you need at this school. So like at first there's going to be nothing there, and you're going to prove your loyalty to these people by like going and collecting supplies, like getting firewood, getting food, and through those actions you're going to interact with all of the gameplay loops. You're going to be introduced to them, and then like eventually this school is going to have like all the fucking things. You'll have like a restaurant where you can buy food. You'll have a blacksmith where you can buy materials, buy weapons. You can use the blacksmith's forge to craft your own weapons. You might have to help him get some upgrades so you can craft like some super magical special weapons. School should be easy to access. It is. You're going to start right next to it, and you'll always be able to travel back to it. It'll be easy to access for everybody who wants it. And the positioning of the school, kind of like on the edges of everything, will be very useful from a gameplay perspective, from a design perspective, because it'll mean you are, in one direction is like society and all the towns and villages, cities, places that the player will go to as the plot progresses. But then also like the other side is like even wilder wilderness, uncharted areas. And in those areas, there will be all the other gameplay mechanics will happen there, other game loops, the like roguelite activities that you can get special items out of will be there. Also, the outer forces, the wizards, the military, the scientists, a lot of them will show up in those areas because they're undefended, they're not watched by any of the tribal societies that exist on the island. So when those outside groups first come in, they will look for places that are uninhabited, and then the player and the restorers of the school will encounter them and kind of like watch them and study them, figure out what they're about. That will be like I don't know, the intentional placement of the school so that it is set between outer conflicts and internal things that already exist, which will have their own conflicts, but for the most part, most of the conflict will be happening like in the uninhabited areas. But I do want to have a system, a gameplay. Maybe loop is the wrong term. Ooh, on the ley lines. That's a cool idea. That like the school is located in a place of power. Actually, that would make sense. And I could it would be a cool reason to have like multiple very different biomes nearby, that it's like it's a place where like magic is coming together and clashing in like a powerful way. And so then that's why like there's a magic swamp right next to a magic mountain that's right next to magic plains. That's cool. Okay, I will explore that more in the future. Shit, what was I? Oh yeah, so I want there to be multiple kinds of. It's wrong to say gameplay. Because like the gameplay is mostly going to be like you're going to be like talking to people. You're going to be exploring the world, and you're going to be fighting. But within multiple activities, sure. So yeah, within each of these things, there will be like multiple other things going on. So within combat, I want there to be multiple different kinds of combat. One of them is I want to have a system like Pokemon. It will be so painfully clear that it's inspired by Pokemon that the idea is to have like gyms. So like back when this school existed, because magic was such an important part of this society. Like they're magical warriors. That is their like military. That's how they defend themselves. They're a bunch of small tribes that all really value warrior prowess. So everyone who can learn to fight does. But this school is special because it's like the people who are like really good at fighting come here. Well, they're really good at magic. They learn to fight using their incredible magic skills. When the school was established, I have this idea that like they would travel around to the different villages and cities, and the idea would be for them to see all of the islands, but also they would compete in combat events as they visited those places. And so now that the school is being restored, the surrounding cities and villages, the places that the player will be able to visit, are like, they're like excited about that, because that might mean going back and having these like essentially like gym battles, like having a place for people to come visit, for students of this school to come visit and to like test their abilities. So essentially these are like honorable battles where you will go, and there are certain Pokemon games that do this, none of them like mainline ones, but like the gym leader or the person that you're challenging, they will assess your skill level, and they will be like, okay, I'm going to use these symbiotes to fight you, and I'm going to utilize this much of my magic to fight you. So essentially, like, everybody's going to be capped at level 40, and I'm gonna choose these symbiotes. We're gonna have a battle with 3 symbiotes each, and we're gonna be at level 40. Or if you come to that gym later in the game, they'll be like, okay, you're crazy powerful, man. So like, I'll limit myself to level 60, and so will you, and we're gonna have a battle with like 6 symbiotes. Or something like that, like essentially challenges that will scale. And so part of what the player will be doing is visiting those gyms to complete those challenges in exchange for the rewards, which will help them fight the actual like serious combat, the like non-ritual combat. Like a gym leader's never gonna kill you. They're always going to pull their punches at the end. They're going to knock you unconscious or defeat you in combat, but they're never going to kill you. And so then, and I think I have outlined this before. I need to like go through some other things, but there will be like honorable combat and I don't want to say dishonorable, but like to the death combat. And those two things will be very different, because honorable combat, you will be very intentionally limited in certain ways, and you cannot violate those norms. You cannot choose to just not have your level limited if the gym leader says your level's going to be limited. You can't break those things. The whole point of these is they're like honorable, and that imposes a challenge on the player. It's supposed to make it more of a tight puzzle they have to solve by leaning into the magic system and weighing pros and cons, figuring out what kind of creatures the opponent will be using, what kind of strategies will be good against them. And then there will be areas where, like, I don't know, the player is out in the uninhabited zones and they get attacked by soldiers, and like those soldiers are like, we're gonna kill you, and it's like, oh, okay, man, like then fine, like we'll kill you too. Eat a dick, like, you get ready for some crazy powerful magic, like you don't know who you're fucking with. I'm gonna kill 20 dudes before y'all run away with your tails between your legs. And I do absolutely want combatants to be able to run from combat, and like you, the player, like you can let them go, or you can kill them if you want. Maybe if you let them go, they'll realize that they're on the wrong side, and they'll join you later, and they'll thank you for that. Maybe not. Maybe if you let them go, nothing happens from it. You'll never really know for sure. And if you want to kill them, that's up to you. Nobody's gonna be necessarily mad about that. Somebody might get mad you killed their commander or something, but for the most part, when people are fleeing, you'll be able to let them go or not, and you might get a small reward for letting them go or not. At least if you kill them, you know you can loot their corpse, so that's a guarantee of a reward. It just depends on if you feel like it's worth killing somebody who's trying to run away. Okay, so I kind of want to like note down, oh my god, it's already 12:43. I have like 17 minutes. Okay, so what we're gonna do is like note down the different things the player is going to do, and then kind of figure out like a flow chart of how those work. And I think I'll make a little example of the flow chart. So like the story begins, player arrives at school, right? So this is like, that's the beginning. And then we're gonna have another text box. Player goes through tutorial. Maybe through tutorial quests at school. So, oh, that's your middle? Weird. Oh no, I want like an arrow. Like, give me a yeah. Why did I choose line? What a fool. Okay, and then arrow, why are you so tiny? I'm just like zoomed way in, like my font is just like way too big. Okay, so then you know what? We should yeah, let's fix this. I'll fix it for everything before next time. I want the arrows to be nicely sized. So sure, 2024 is pretty big. How about 18? Okay. My god, this is such a huge oh my god, what are they called? What are you called? Frames. Boo. Okay. And also I want you centered. Okay, so the story begins, the player's going to arrive at school, and then the player's going to go through the tutorials, and the things they're going to learn, let's see, how do I represent these? Because like the player's going to learn about crafting. They're going to learn about collecting ingredients. I guess we can just list them here for now and then decide what to do. Okay, so first they'll learn about collecting ingredients, right? Like, let's think about this. You're trying to repair a school because your old master was so nice to you and he just really wanted to rebuild the school that was tragically destroyed. And so then you with your all of your group of peers who agree that you just want to make that nice old guy and his friends' dreams come true. You go to this school that's been destroyed. You're rebuilding it. Some fucking dude just like shows up, clearly not prepared to be out in the wilderness. And some people in your group don't trust him. So then someone else in the group is like, bro, like we need help. Like just make it, let him prove he's like not gonna fuck with us. Like we have a night watch anyway, watching out for like creatures or like unknown things here. Like it's fine. Let him stay. The watchman will watch over him as well. Make sure he doesn't get up to no good. But in the meantime, how could this guy be helpful? We're gonna feed him, probably give him some armor. So yeah, I guess actually, and well, the whole thing I'm trying to get to is we're gonna send him out to like do something easy. We'll all go collect some ingredients. We'll get some firewood. We'll get some mushrooms. We'll get some fruit. So maybe that would collecting ingredients. You're gonna learn how to equip gear. They'll probably give you some gear. Let's see. You'll learn about the tome. So since these people are like educated in the field of magic, there will be someone among them who knows about magical artifacts. And when they see your tome, they're going to be like, bro, that thing is very useful. Like, just like fucking check it out. Go pick up an apple and then look in your tome. Your tome knows what an apple is. Isn't that cool? Yeah, during this, the whole thing is just to get used to basic mechanics. This is just the like intro tutorial, right? And the thing I'm struggling with how to represent is that once you learn all of these things, then they're going to be things that you're doing throughout the whole game. Like, you're going to be equipping gear as you play the game. I don't know how to like represent that as a gameplay loop. I think I just need to have a bunch of little separate little loops that are going to they're going to like interact with each other. Like killing creatures and looting them is going to be like, that's part of combat, but it's also part of crafting because you need items from creatures to craft. It's also, actually, I guess it would mostly be, it's going to be part of crafting. It's going to be part of fighting. I was about to say it's also part of making potions, but that's also crafting. Crafting is intentionally a very high level term that describes every kind of thing you might make. Armor, potions, weapons, maybe something else. Ooh, maybe like enchantments on your weapons. Things like that. So I need to set up these like loops that overlap each other in certain spots. And I don't know how to illustrate that. And then I also want this kind of flow chart that's going to show like, as the player goes through the game, first there's just going to be like one arrow from one thing to the next, but then eventually there's going to be an event where just arrows break out everywhere, where you're going to be able to do a bunch of things. Part of exploration, you might stumble upon a corpse. Yeah, true. You also just plants that you might forage for, plants, fruits, things you're gonna mine. So I think I'm gonna have to like write out each of these loops separately and then kind of figure out a way to combine them on top of each other. Mind Palace. What about a Mind Palace? Mind Palaces are cool things. Okay, well, Dirk explains himself. What the hell else are you gonna learn to do? I guess crafting should be, yeah. Actually, that's a very obvious flow. Collect the ingredients, craft something with them, then equip it. So like maybe they're gonna be like, okay, you need some leather armor. We're gonna help you make that. Whoa. This is cool looking. I feel like, yeah, this is like a mind map. A mind palace would be similar, but slightly different. Quest knowledge system from one of your favorite games. Cool. There's a, oh no. There's a really cool game. Oh shit. Shit. Okay, I'm gonna find it. That is from Pathologic too. Shit, there's a game with a robot named Million. Oh my god. It's like Louisiana. Norco. Let me see if I can find the Norco mind map. Here we go. Norco is probably one of the best written games that I've ever played. It is a great experience. This is a terrible picture of it. It is in a very weird art style that I fucking love. It's like it intentionally like weird pixel art, but like it's very good. The way that it represents itself in motion, like, oh, it looks so good. You are a character who like has lost their memories, and you're like piecing together the relationships between like you, your brother, your parents, your mother, all of these other characters. And as you piece together the information, like your character, it kind of explains the situation. So you can click back on a character and you can see that information that you had discovered previously. And you are like uncovering this incredibly bizarre mystery. It's so fucking weird. It's like incredible, an incredible experience. The story was just fucking sweet. But yeah, mind map is a really cool idea. Let me put that above my cool words zone in the cool idea zone. That would be a fun way to give players information. It might end up being like, whoop, too complicated. The story might end up being too complicated for that, but the mind maps are a really cool way to see how things relate to each other. It's fucking cool. Okay. So what else? What else would you need to learn at the school? They're going to send you out with some competent people who can protect you, and you're going to help them like collect ingredients. Then they'll probably teach you about crafting. So I might want to break down I think for now, maybe like just cooking. And then eventually you'll learn about more crafting systems. Oh, how to bond with symbionts. Good point. Shit. Also, one thing that I didn't mention is that I want, in the opening moments of the game, I want the player to do something where they are essentially going to, they're going to bond with a symbiote. And then later, they will get to bond with one of 3 symbiotes. So it'll be like a cute variation of the Pokemon world, where normally you choose one of 3 starters, but instead you're going to get one given to you that you'll always have, and that is kind of just like bonded to you out of circumstance, and you needed its help and it needed your help at the very opening of the game. And then later on here, you will at the school, you will learn about symbiotes, and then you will bond with one of 3 new symbiotes. Because what my plan is that the way that combat will work is one character has 2 symbiotes kind of like supporting them, and that bond will allow the player character to use certain abilities or inherit certain aspects from those symbiotes, but the symbiotes are also in combat fighting with them. And I'm going to have to see how complicated I want the combat to get. At the very least, it will be like the player and one other like human character. So the two of you will each have 2 symbiotes, which results in 6. You're controlling 6 characters. But they will be more limited than a like Baldur's Gate character. So the idea is you are controlling quite a few characters, but they are less complex. They're not gonna be a wizard with with like hundreds of spells. You might have hundreds of spells to choose from, but that happens outside of combat. You set your character up with a build before going into combat, and then you'll only have a more limited movement, a more limited ability space, kind of like how Pokemon only have 4 abilities, and then you can use items, and like that's it. It'll be limited like that in a way. But yeah, Dirk, definitely bonding with symbiotes. Maybe crystal tools. Ooh. Yeah, okay, so here's the thing. I don't want there to be too many things in here. And so like definitely using tools will be important, especially like for mining. For like I have these ideas in my mind for like mini games related to mining, foraging for plants, forging armor. All of those things will have like a different kind of fun mini game that you can go through. That it should be fun. If you don't like doing it, you can just automatically have it give you like an okay result. But if you enjoy the game, the little mini game, you can play it, and if you're skilled at it, you can do a good job, and you pretty much almost always will do you'll do either okay or you'll get like a perfect result or a very good result, and that will give you like slightly better armor with slightly better stats if you actually do well at the forging mini game, or you'll get more plants if you play the foraging mini game, which will be you like cutting the right parts of the right plants in the right spots. You will get more high quality plants out of it. And if you don't want to do it, you just press a single button, and then the game's like, okay, you just get the average results. Fine. You don't have to do something you don't want to do, but you won't get the very best outcome, which is I think totally fine. And maybe people will hate it. I don't know. But so I'm thinking I don't want to front load. I don't want to teach all of those things. Kind of what I want the system to be is like, you're going to learn the important stuff early on, but maybe you'll learn about tools and mining maybe at the school, but not at the very opening. So yeah, so I need to really think about this opening, and specifically like what is really important to learn. I feel like collecting ingredients and cooking is a really nice, like, a nice thing to be going on that's very, like, human and can have the other characters, like, interacting and kind of introducing themselves to you, not only by how they literally introduce themselves to you, but you'll also see how they interact with each other to learn, like, oh, you're like a big brother type, or, like, you're kind of a little prankster who doesn't want to do your chores. You're clearly like a motherly type. I think this is a good introduction for learning. And then, okay, so yeah, what is the order? Is it learning about equipping gear and then learning about combat together makes sense. Learning about collecting ingredients and cooking early on makes sense. Learning about quests and your tome together makes sense. That like whoever is aware of what your tome is, they can express to you like, hey, you can keep track of your quest that way. In the starting area, you have to be mindful of people completely fucking up the minigame and not getting enough of a resource. Yeah, definitely. In the starting area, things are going to be abundant. And like you will be able to make like infinite fucking healing potions once you learn about alchemy and herbalism. There will just be so many of the plants required to make the base potion. And I think any game that I introduce, it will be like like maybe you're terrible at it. Like maybe it's an accessibility issue and you can't actually do the mini game, and you don't realize that until you fail it like 5 times in a row. That will absolutely be fine, and all you have to do is just go find a new spot with some new plants and auto harvest them, and then like you'll be fine. Your healing potion might only heal for 10 instead of 12, but you'll be able to spend the extra time to just make tons of them, and like it'll be totally fine. I will try to bake that logic in that like the person playing can be a giant idiot, and actually that's rude. They can either be very dumb, or they can be otherwise abled. They can have a disability, or they could just not like the thing, right? They could really dislike it. So I like all of those things are definitely on my mind, especially with the quest system. Like it's got to be idiot proof. Like Genshin Impact, like basically you can read a one sentence. Every time you get a new part of a quest, there's like a sentence on your screen that's like, you need to do this. And a little dot thing, not only that you can see in the world so you can navigate to know where to go, but also a little dot like up on your mini map that is just like, just go here and do the thing in the sentence. That's it. And I have occasionally run into problems where there are certain quests in Genshin that I want to pay attention to that are interesting. There are some quests that are really stupid, and it seems like they didn't care about being good quality. It's honestly, it's like half of them. So I don't want to pay attention. I just want to like zoom through it. I'm gonna get the Cliff's Notes and just read the one sentence description on the side that's like, just go do this thing. Okay, great. Sometimes they screw that up, and you have to actually like have been paying attention. And I'm just like, wait, what do I fucking do? I'll read the whole quest in the quest log, and it doesn't explain what to do exactly. And so then I have to look up what to do. And like, I bet if I had been paying attention to the full plot, it would have been fine. But I'm going to always assume that my players are in need of accessibility options, and also that they might not like something, and also that they're mega dumb. And so, you know, hopefully we'll be all right. Obviously, I have blind spots and biases, so I'm going to mess up something. But hopefully, if I'm just like, hopefully I'll find people who will be willing to play this game and communicate problems to me. Like font choices, or, hey, I'm playing this on a 720p screen and this thing looks wrong. You got the scaling wrong. I don't know. But yeah, Teamworm, good looking out for sure. Okay, so I feel like maybe you learn about the tome first, then you learn about combat. You probably need to learn about symbiotes and bond first before you learn about equipping gear and combat. So maybe this is the order of things that will happen. First, you're going to learn about collecting ingredients and crafting. Then you're going to be given like a quest and told exactly how cool your tome is and how it keeps track of everything. Whoever teaches you about it will probably be like, look, the symbiote you're bonded with, like it's in your tome already. Isn't that cool? This is the kind of creature it is. Also, you can give him a name. Do you want him to have a nickname? Did you give him a nickname? It's in here too. If you want to change it, right here, he'll totally be fine with you changing it. And then that might be actually a good time to teach you about symbiotes. And so maybe the bonding with a new symbiote would come after learning combat. Maybe the idea is like, okay, day 2 or day 3, a ways in, you've proven yourself as useful and loyal. And so now you're going to go collect something kind of dangerous. So they're like, here, put on this armor. Let me teach you the basics of fighting. And then let's go into the forest or whatever. And we'll run through some fights with some like weaker wild creatures. And then maybe after you see your teammates demonstrating what symbiotes can do, then you get to decide like, ooh, did I like the way that like the fire mechanics work? Did I like the way the water mechanics worked? Or did I like the way the nature mechanics worked? I'll choose one of a symbiote that has that type. And that way it's like an informed decision rather than at the beginning of the Pokemon game, pretty much every Pokemon game is like, choose a Pokemon. And you're like, I don't fucking, like, what? I don't know. The turtle looks cool, I guess. Okay. But what does it do? Like, the salamander with fire on his tail definitely seems cooler than just like a turtle or a little grass guy with a bulb on his back. What can they do? Explain to me what they fucking do, man. Okay, so yeah, that's kind of what I feel like the beginning is going to be. And then over time you will learn new things. Especially like you'll like recruit a blacksmith, and then that blacksmith will be like, hey, do you want to like learn how to forge gear? Like, you're a cool guy. Thanks for like telling me about this school. My daughter needs to learn from cool people because she's an adept. So I'll come be the blacksmith at this school and I'll teach you how to be a blacksmith. And so then at that point there will be like another tutorial. So I feel like the school will regularly be where you learn things. Like, I guess there's some thematic resonance there. It's a school. You learn things at a school. Haha, cool. That was generally my intent with the idea. Certainly there will be other tutorials not in the school that have to be not in the school. But I think these are good for like the initial things you learn. Before next time, I definitely have a document where I have all the activities and things written out that I want to be part of the game. And I'm going to bring those into Miro, and then next time we'll explicitly write out all the gameplay loops, and then probably the like flow chart of the plot, like how the player is going to be introduced to the like gym challenges, how the player is going to be introduced to the like roguelite challenges where they go out to a distant island without any gear or like just basic starting armor and try to like prove themselves to nature. I don't know. There's like nature deities they're trying to prove themselves to. I will figure out exactly where those get introduced, the valuable things you get out of them, right? We'll have like, you do this activity to get these things. You need these things for these gameplay loops. And then I think at that point I'll basically have like the game. You'll have an overall flow of like where the player starts, where they end up like defeating the big bad, potentially with multiple endings where maybe they defeat him, maybe they just weaken him, maybe they convince him to leave. I don't know. It's always fun to have a like Fallout New Vegas style, like narrative combat where you just convince the people that you're right instead of fighting them. So yeah, I'll get a flowchart that does that in addition to the game loops. I think that'll be next time's thing. So yeah, that's the stream. Damn. I am both exhausted, but also I just want to keep going with this until I'm just fucking a pile of mush. But that's a bad idea. Okay, so thank you for hanging out. I'll be playing Hollow Knight tomorrow. We'll have a chill day playing Hollow Knight for a few hours. We'll be back doing this next week. I'd fucking same time, same place. And until then, I hope I see you around. Have a nice day. Take care.